Good morning. 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 Morning. Hey. Good morning. Morning. I woke up late, but I still had time to eat my breakfast and everything before I had to start reading, so I'm good. How are you doing? How are y'all doing? How are you doing? Tell me about your days. I haven't been streaming a lot. I haven't done Noodibles in a while. I just been streaming some rating content and basically crafting content as well. My channel is slowly turning into rating content to reading content to crafting, gathering content to reading content, uh, playing other games content. Oh yeah, I'll never remember this. I know this is. I know as a streamer. Oh god, don't even want to think about calling myself that because I don't feel like it at all. There's something I have to do every time I go on stream is to ping everyone on Discord. We are live so that you guys will come in and come into my channel and listen to my book. I mean, not my book, but listen to my reading today. Anyways, how are you guys doing? Let me know. Tell me about your days. I'm just wasting time. I should start reading. But I like to talk to you guys, sometimes. If there's any of you in here, anyway. Lamau. Today I'm dressed as a butler because of the books theme. It's about a butler. So, I chose a book that's like slightly well. Okay, so Kazuo Ishiguro is a Japanese. Uh, is Japanese, but he grew up in the UK. So honestly, he is first and foremost a British writer. So although his first book is about Japan, Artists of the Floating World, uh, his second book is it like this? Is this the second book? Oh no, A Pale View of the Hill is very much Japanese. It's like in the it's based in the UK, and then but the main character reflects her time back when she was in Japan. And then The Remains of the Day, if I'm not wrong, is the second book, which is entirely based in the UK. Then of course an artist of the floating world, the one that I read before, also that one is based in Japan. So today it's gonna be something a bit new. It's a fully British writing from first chapter to the last. And Kazuo Ishiguro is a very eccentric writer, I would say. He doesn't really do like the normal chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He does like dates. He likes to do dates and time and like seasons. Uh, that's the case for Pale View of the Hill, and this book is basically just like that. The book is really long. I wanted to divide it into three three chapters, but I don't know yet because it's the chapter 1 is from and the writing on this and the print, the font on this book is so small as well, so it's like super long. So the first chapter is like about 45 pages long. Second chapter goes from 49 to 115, so it's like 50 plus pages. And then the third one is very short, 119 to 133. So I'm like, do I separate it into three three chapters like this? If I separate it into 3 days, right? On the last day, yeah, this is so awkward. I have to do it. I have to separate into 2 days. So my reading will be very, very long today, and on Wednesday as well. I hope you guys don't mind. By all means, I should be starting right now because the book is so long. Wait, hang on. Can't have phone ringing. So yeah, I am currently okay. I don't know how many of you guys are here because OBS don't really tell me how many people are in my stream, but I don't care. I'm gonna start reading now. Cause I don't want to waste my time, and I don't know how long I'll be reading because of the weird long chapters and stuff. So um well the one thing that I really like about reading in my own room, the personal room, is that whenever someone open the door, I can hear them because of the sliding bookcase secret door. For this one, I really have no clue when somebody come in, so I have to like really, really. Maybe I just zoom all the way out. A bit creepy, but maybe like this. Okay, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start reading today Kazuo Ishiguro's The Remains of the Day. Prologue, July 1956, Darlington Hall. It seems increasingly likely that I will undertake the expedition that has been preoccupying my imagination now for some days. An expedition, I should say, which I will undertake alone, in the comfort of Mr. Faraday's Ford. An expedition which, as I foresee it, will take me through much of the finest countryside of England to the West Country, and may keep me away from the Darlington Hall for as much as 5 or 6 days. The idea of such a journey came about, I should point out, that from a most kind suggestion put to me by Mr. Faraday himself one afternoon almost a fortnight ago, when I had been dusting the portraits in the library. In fact, as I recall, I was on the step ladder dusting the portrait of the Viscount Weatherby when my employer had entered carrying a few volumes, which he presumably wished returned to the shelves. On seeing my person, he took the opportunity to inform me that he had just the moment finalized plans to return to the United States for a period of 5 weeks from between August and September. Having made this announcement, my employer put his volumes down on the table, seated himself on the chaise, and stretched out his legs. It was then, gazing up at me, that he said, "You realize, Stevens, I don't expect you to be locked up here. in this house all the time when I'm away. Why don't you take the car and drive off somewhere for a few days? You look like you could make a good use of a break. Come out of the blue, as it did, I did not quite know how to reply to such a suggestion. I recall thanking him for his consideration, but quite probably I said nothing very definite, for my employer went on. I'm serious, Stevens. I really think that you should take a break. I'll foot the bill for the gas. You fellows, you're always locked up in these big houses helping out. How do you ever get to see around this beautiful country of yours? This was not the first time my employer had raised such a question. Indeed, it seems to be something which genuinely occurred to me. eh, It seems to be something genuinely troubles him. On this occasion, in fact, a reply of sorts did occur to me as I stood up there on the ladder. A reply to the effect of those of our profession, although we did not see a great deal of the country in the sense of touring the countryside and visiting picturesque sights, did actually see more of England than most, placed as we are. We were in houses where the greatest ladies and gentlemen of the land gathered. Of course, I could not have expressed this view to Mr. Faraday without embarking upon that might have been seemed presumptuous speech. I thus contented myself by simply saying, "It has been my privilege to see the best of England over the years, sir, within these very walls." Mr. Faraday did not seem to understand the statement, for he merely went on. "I mean, Stevens, it's wrong that a man can't get to see around his own country. Take my advice. Get out of the house for a few days." As you might expect, I did not take Mr. Faraday's suggestion all that seriously that afternoon, regarding as it just another instance of an American gentleman's unfamiliarity with what was and what was not commonly done in England. The fact that my attitude to this same suggestion underwent a change over the following days, indeed, that the notion of a trip to the West Country took an ever-increasing hold of my thoughts, is no doubt substantially attributed to, and why should I hide it, the arrival of Miss Kenton's letter, her first in almost 7 years if one discounts the Christmas cards. But let me make it immediately clear what I meant by this. What I mean to say is that Miss Kenton's letter set off a certain chain of ideas to do with professional matters here in Darlington Hall, and I would underline that it was a preoccupation with the very same professional matters that led me to consider anew my employer's kindly meant suggestion. But let me explain further. The fact is, over the past few months, I have been responsible for a series of small errors in carrying out my duties. I should say that these errors have all been, without exception, quite trivial in themselves. Nevertheless, I think you will understand that to no one not accustomed to committing such errors, this development was rather disturbing. And I did in fact begin to entertain all sort of alarmist theories as to their cause. As so often occurs in this situation, I had become blind to the obvious, that is, until my pondering over the implications of Miss Kenton's letter finally opened my eyes to the simple truth that these small errors of recent months have derived from nothing more sinister than a faulty staff plan. It is, of course, the responsibility of every butler to devote his utmost care in the devising of a staff plan. Who knows how many quarrels, false accusations, unnecessary dismissal, how many promising careers cut short can be attributed to a butler's slovenliness of the stage of drawing up a staff plan. Indeed, I can say I am in agreement to those who say that the ability to draw up a good staff plan is the cornerstone of any decent butler's skills. I have myself devised many staff plans over the years. I do not believe I am being unduly boastful if I say that very few ever needed amendment. And if in the present case the staff plan is at fault, Blame can be laid at no one's door but my own. At the same time, it is only fair to point out that my task in this instance had been an unusually difficult order. What had occurred was this. Once the were over, transactions which had taken this house out of the hands of the Darlington family over 2 centuries, Mr. Faraday let it known that he would not be taking up immediate residence here, but would spend a further 4 months concluding matters in the United States. In the meantime, however, he was not keen that the staff of his predecessor, a staff of which he had heard high praise, because be retained in the Darlington Hall. This staff he referred to was, of course, nothing more than the skeleton team of 6 kept on by Lord Darlington's relatives to administer the house up to and throughout the transactions, and I regret to report that once the purchase had been completed, there was little I could do for Mr. Faraday to prevent all but Mrs. Clemens leaving for other employments. When I wrote to my new employer, conveying my regrets at the situation, I received a by reply from America instructions to recruit a new staff worthy of a grand old English house. I immediately set about trying to fulfill Mr. Faraday's wishes, but as you know, finding recruits of a satisfactory standard is no easy task nowadays, and although I was pleased to hire Rosemary and Agnes on Mrs. Clemens' recommendations, I had no further by the time I came to have my first business meeting with Mr. Faraday during the short preliminary visit he made to our shores in the spring of last year. It was on that occasion, in the strangely bare study of Darlington Hall, that Mr. Faraday shook my hand for the first time, but by then we were hardly strangers to each other. Quite aside from the matter of staff, my new employer in several instances had occasion to call upon such qualities as it may be my good fortune to possess, and found them to be, I would venture, dependable. So it was, as I assume, that he felt immediately able to talk to me in a business-like and trusting way, and by the end of our meeting he had left me with the administration of a not inconsiderable sum to meet the cost of a wide range of preparations for his coming residency. In any case, my point is that it was during the course of this interview, when I raised the questions of the difficulty of recruiting suitable staff in these times, that Mr. Faraday, after a moment's reflection, made his request of me that I do my best to draw up a staff plan, some sort of servant's rota, as he put it, but by which this house might be run on the present staff of 4, that is to say, Mrs. Clemens, 2 young girls, and myself. This might, he appreciated, mean putting sections of the house under wraps, but would I bring all my experience and expertise to bear to ensure such losses were kept to a minimum? Recalling a time when I had had a staff of 17 under me, and knowing how, not long ago, a staff of 28 had been employed here at Darlington Hall, the idea of devising a staff plan by which the same house would be run on a staff of 4 seemed, to say the least, daunting. Although I did my best not to, something of my skepticism must have betrayed itself, for Mr. Faraday then added, as though for reassurance, that were it to prove necessary, then an additional member of staff could be hired. But he would be much obliged, he repeated, if I could give it a go with 4. Now, naturally, like many of us, I have a reluctance in change too much of the old ways. But there is no virtue in clinging as some do to the tradition merely for its own sake. In this age of electricity and modern heating system, there is no need at all to employ sort of numbers necessary even a generation ago. Indeed, it had been an idea of mine for some time that the retaining of unnecessary numbers simply for the tradition's sake, resulting in employees having an unhealthy amount of time on their hands, has been an important factor in the sharp decline of professional standards. Furthermore, Mr. Faraday had made it clear that he planned to hold on very rarely the sort of large social occasions Darlington Hall had been seen frequently in the past. I did then go about and task Mr. Faraday had set me with some dedication. I spent many hours working on the staff plan, and at least as many hours again thinking about it as I went about other duties as I lay awake after retiring. Whenever I believed I had come up with something, I probed it for every sort of oversight, tested it through from all angles. Finally, I came up with a plan which, while perhaps not exactly as Mr. Faraday had requested, was the best I felt sure that was humanly possible. Almost all the attractive parts of the house could remain operative. The extensive servant quarters, including the back corridor, the two steel rooms and the old laundry, and the guest corridor up on the second floor would be would be dust sheeted, leaving all main ground floor rooms and a generous number of guest rooms. Admittedly, our present team of four would manage this program only with reinforcement from some daily workers. My staff plan therefore took in services of a gardener to visit once a week, twice in the summer, and two cleaners, each to visit twice a week. The staff plan would furthermore for each of the four resident employees mean a radical altering of our respective customary duties. The two young girls, I predicted, would not find such changes are so difficult to accommodate, but I did all I could to see that Mrs. Clemens suffered the least adjustment, to the extent that I undertook for myself a number of duties which you may consider most broad-minded for a butler to do. Even now, I would not go as far as to say that it is a bad staff plan. After all, it enables staff of four to cover an unexpected amount of ground, but you will no doubt agree that the very best of staff plans are those which give clear margins of error to allow for those days when an employee is ill for one reason or another below par. In this particular case, of course, I had been set a slightly extraordinary task, and I had nevertheless not been neglectful to incorporate margins whenever possible. I was especially conscious that any resistance that there may be on the part of Mrs. Clemens or the two girls to the taking on of duties beyond their traditional boundaries would be compounded by any notion that their workload had greatly increased. I had then, over those days struggling with the staff plan, expended a significant amount of thought to ensuring that Mrs. Clemens and the girls, once they had got over their aversion of adopting these more eclectic roles, would find the division of duties stimulating and unburdensome. I fear, however, that in my anxiety to win the support of Mrs. Clemens and the girls, I did not perhaps assess quite as stringently on my own limitations, and although my experience and customary caution in such matters prevented my giving myself more than I could actually carry out, I was perhaps negligent over this question of allowing myself a margin. It is not surprising, then, if over several months this oversight should reveal itself in these small but telling ways. In the end, I believe the matter to be no more complicated than this. I had given myself too much to do. One moment for a sip of coffee. You may be amazed that such an obvious shortcoming to a staff plan should have continued to escape my notice. But then, You will agree that such is often the way with matters one has given abiding thought to over a period of time. One is not struck by the truth until quite prompted quite oh my god struck by the truth until prompted quite accidentally by some external event. So it was in this instance, that is to say, my receiving the letter from Miss Kenton containing as it did, along with its long, rather unrevealing passages, an unmistakable nostalgia for Darlington Hall, and I'm quite sure of this. Distinct hints of her desire to return here obliged me to see my staff plan afresh. Only then did it strike me that there was indeed a role that a further staff member could crucially play here. Sorry. That it was, in fact, this very shortage that had been in the heart of all my recent troubles. And the more I considered it, the more obvious it became that Miss Kenton, with her great affection for the house, with her exemplary professionalism, the sort of almost impossible to find nowadays, was just the factor needed to enable me to complete a fully satisfactory staff plan for the Darlington Hall. Having made such an analysis of the situation, it was not long before I found myself reconsidering Mr. Faraday's kind suggestions of some days ago, for it had occurred to me that the proposed trip in the car could be put up to good use. That is to say, I could drive to the West Country and call on Miss Kenton in passing, thus exploring first-hand the substance of her wish to return to the employment here at the Darlington Hall. I have, I should make it clear, reread Miss Kenton's letter several times, and there is no possibility that I am merely imagining the presence of these hints on her part. For all that, I could not for some days quite bring myself to raise the matter again with Mr. Faraday. There were, in any case, various aspects of the matter I felt needed to clarify to myself before proceeding further. There was, for instance, the question of cost. For even taking the account of my employer's generous offer to foot the bill for the gas, the cost of such a trip might still come to a surprising amount, considering such matters as accommodations, meals, and any small snacks I might partake on my way. Then there was the question of what sorts of costume were appropriate on such a journey, and whether or not it was worth my while to invest in a new set of clothes. I am in the possession of a number of splendid suits, kindly passed on to me over the years by Lord Darlington himself, and by various guests who have stayed in this house and had reason to be pleased with the standard of the service here. Many of these suits are, perhaps, too formal for the purpose of a proposed trip, or else rather old-fashioned these days. But then there is this one lounge suit, passed on to me in 1931 or 1932 by Sir Edward Blair, practically brand new at the time and almost a perfect fit, which might well be appropriate for evenings in the lounge or the dining room of any guest house where I might lodge. What I do not possess, however, is any suitable travelling clothes, that is to say, clothes in which I might have been seen driving the car, unless I were to don the suit passed on by the young Lord Chalmers during the war, which, despite being clearly too small for me, might be considered ideal in terms of tone. I calculated finally that my savings would be able to meet all the costs I might incur, and in addition, might stretch to the purchase of a new costume. I hope you do not think me unduly vain with regard to this latter matter. It is just that one never knows when one might be obliged to give out that one is from the Darlington Hall, and it is important that one be attired at such times in a manner worthy of one's positions. Good morning, my holy wing. During this time, I also spent many minutes examining the road atlas, and perusing also the relevant volumes of Miss Jane Simon's The Wonder of England. If you're not familiar with Mrs. Simon's books, a series a series running to 7 volumes, each one concentrating on one region of British Isles, I heartily recommend them. They were written during the 30s, but much of it would still be up to date. After all, I do not imagine German bombs have altered our countryside so significantly. Mrs. Simons was, a matter of fact, a frequent visitor to this house before the war. Indeed, she was among the most popular as far as the staff were concerned due to the kind appreciation she never shied from showing. In those days, then, prompted by my natural admiration for the lady, that I had first taken to perusing her volumes in the library whenever I had an odd moment. Indeed, I recall that shortly after Miss Kenton's departure to Cornwall in 1936, I found myself never having keen to the part of the country. I would often glance through volume 3 of Mrs. Simon's work, the volume which describes the readers the delights of Devon and Cornwall, complete with photographs and, to my mind, even more evocative, a variety of artist sketches of that region. Morning, Arum. Where is it? Where did I stop? It was thus that I had been able to gain some sense of sort of place Miss Kenton had gone to live her married life. But this was, as I say, back in the 30s, when as I understand, Mrs. Simon's work. Hey, good morning. Hey, yes, super cute. Ah. But this was, as I say, back in the 30s when, as I understand, Mrs. Simmons' books were being admired in the houses up and down the country. I had not looked through the volumes for many years until the recent developments led me to get down from the shelf the Devon and Cornwall volume once more. I studied all over again the marvelous description and illustrations, and you can perhaps understand my growing excitement to the notion that I might now actually undertake a motoring trip myself around the same part of the country. It seemed, in the end, that there was little else to do but actually to raise the matter again with Mr. Faraday. There was always the possibility, of course, that his suggestion of a fortnight ago may have been a whim of the moment, and would not he would no longer be approving the idea. But from my observation of Mr. Faraday over these months, he's not one of those gentlemen prone to that most irritating of traits of an employer, inconsistency. There was no reason to believe that he would not be as enthusiastic as before about my proposed motoring trip. Indeed, that he would not repeat his most kind offer to foot the bill for the gas. Nevertheless, I considered most carefully what might be the most opportune occasion to bring the matter up with him. For although I would not for one moment, as I say, suspect Mr. Faraday of inconsistency, it nevertheless made sense not to broach the topic when he was preoccupied or distracted. A refusal in such circumstances may well not reflect my employer's true feelings on the matter, but once having sustained such a dismissal, I could not easily bring it up again. It was clear then that I had to choose my moment wisely. In the end, I decided that the most prudent moment in the day would be as I served afternoon tea in the drawing room. Mr. Faraday will usually have just returned from his short walk on the downs at that point, so he is rarely engrossed in his reading or writing as he tends to be in the evenings. In fact, when I bring in this afternoon tea, Mr. Faraday is inclined to close any book or periodical he had been reading, rise and stretch out his arms in front of the windows as though in anticipation of a conversation with me. As it was, I believe my judgment proved quite sound on the question of timing. The fact that things turned out as they did is entirely attributable to an error of judgment in another direction together. That is to say, I did not take sufficient account of the fact that at a time of the day, what Mr. Faraday enjoys is a conversation of a light-hearted, humorous sort. Knowing this to be his likely mood when I brought in the tea yesterday afternoon, and being aware of his general propensity to talk with me in a bantering tone at such moments, it would certainly be wiser not to have mentioned Miss Kenton at all. But you will perhaps understand that there was a natural tendency on my part in asking what was after all a generous favor from my employer, to hint that there was a good professional motive behind my request. So it was that indicating my reasons for preferring the West Country for my motoring, instead of leaving it at mentioning several of the alluring details as conveyed by Mrs. Simon's volume. I made the error of declaring that a former housekeeper of Darlington Hall was a resident in that region. I suppose I must have been intending to explain to Mr. Faraday how I would thus be able to explore an option which might prove the ideal solution to our present small problems here in this house. It was only after I had mentioned Miss Kenton that I suddenly realized how entirely inappropriate it would be for me to continue. Not only was I unable to be certain of Miss Kenton's desire to rejoin the staff here, I had not, of course, even discussed the questions of additional staff with Mr. Faraday since the first preliminary meeting over a year ago. To have continued pronouncing aloud my thoughts on the future of Darlington Hall would have been, to say the very least, presumptuous. I suspect, then, that I had paused rather abruptly and looked quite awkward. In any case, Mr. Faraday seized the opportunity to grin broadly at me and say with some deliberation, My, Stevens, a lady friend, and at your age. This was a most embarrassing situation, one in which Lord Darlington would never have placed an employee. But then, I do not mean to imply anything derogatory about Mr. Faraday. He is, after all, an American gentleman, and his ways are often very different. There's no question at all what he meant, at all that he meant any harm. But you will no doubt appreciate how uncomfortable a situation this was for me. I would never have figured you for such a ladies' man, Stevens, he went on. Keeps the spirits young, I guess. But then, I really don't know if it's right for me to be helping you with such a dubious assignations. Naturally, I felt the temptation to deny immediately and ambiguously such motivations.
Stretch.
Thank you, Bunny. And unambiguously such motivations, as my employer was imputing to me, but saw in time to do so would be right. But saw in time to do so would be to rise to Mr. Faraday's bait, and the situation would only become increasingly embarrassing. I therefore continued to stand there awkwardly waiting for my employer to give me permission to undertake the motoring trip. Embarrassing as those moments were for me, I would not wish to imply that I in any way blame Mr. Faraday, who is in no sense of an unkind person. He was, I am sure, merely enjoying the sort of bantering which in the United States, no doubt, is a sign of a good, friendly understanding between employer and an employee, indulged in as a kind of an affectionate sport. Indeed, to put things into a proper perspective, I should point out that just such bantering on my new employer's part had has characterized much of our relationships over these months, though I must confess I remain rather unsure as to how I should respond. In fact, during my first days under Mr. Faraday, I was once or twice quite astounded by some of the things he would say to me. For instance, I once had occasion to ask him if a certain gentleman expected at the house was likely to be accompanied by his wife. God help us if she does come, Mr. Faraday replied. May you, maybe you could keep her off our hands, Stevens. Maybe you could take her out to one of those stables around Mr. Morgan's farm. Keep her entertained in all that hay. He may just be your type. For a moment or two, I had no idea what my employer was saying. Then I realized that he was making some sort of joke and endeavored to smile appropriately, though I suspect some residue of my bewilderment, not to say shock, remained detectable in my expression. Over the following days, however, I came to learn not to be surprised by such remarks from my employer, and would smile in the correct manner whenever I detected the bantering tone in his voice. Nevertheless, I could never be sure exactly what was required of me on these occasions. Perhaps I was expected to laugh heartily, or indeed reciprocate with some remark of my own. This last possibility is one that has given me some concern over these months, and is something about which I still feel undecided. For it may be well that in America it is all part of what is considered good professional service that an employee providing entertaining banter. In fact, I remember Mr. Simpson, the landlord of the Plowman's Arm, saying once that were he an American bartender, he would not be chatting to us in that friendly but over-cautious manner of his, but instead would be assaulting us with crude references to our vices and failings, calling us drunks, and all manner of such names in his attempt to fulfill the role expected of him by his customers. And I recall some years ago Mr. Rain, who travelled to America as a valet to Sir Reginald Morvis, remarking that a taxi driver in New York regularly addressed by his fare in a manner which is repeated in London would end up in some sort of fracas, if not in the fellow being frog-marched to the nearest police station. It is quite possible, then, that my employer fully expects me to respond to his bantering in like a manner, and considers my failure to do so a form of negligence. That is, as I say, matter which has given me much concern. But I must say that this business of bantering is not a duty I feel I can ever discharge with enthusiasm. It is all very well in these changing times to adapt one's work to take in duties not traditionally within one's realm. But bantering is of another dimension altogether. For one thing, how would one know for sure that at any given moment a response of the bantering sort is truly what is expected? One need hardly dwell on the catastrophic possibility of uttering a bantering remark only to discover it wholly inappropriate. I did, though, on one occasion not too long ago, pluck up the courage to attempt the required sort of reply. I was serving Mr. Faraday morning coffee in the breakfast room when he had said to me, "I suppose it wasn't you making those crowing noises this morning, Stevens?" My employer was referring, I realized, to a pair of gypsies gathering unwanted iron who had passed by earlier making their customary calls. As it happened, I had the same morning that I had the same morning been given thought to the dilemma of whether or not I was expecting to reciprocate my employer's bantering, and had been seriously worried at how he might be viewing my repeated failure to respond to such openings. I therefore set about thinking of some witty reply, some statement which would still be safely inoffensive in the event of my having misjudged the situation. After a moment or two, I said, "More like swallows than crows, I would have said, sir, from the migratory aspect." And I followed this with a suitable modest smile to indicate without ambiguity that I, had made a witticism, since I did not wish Mr. Faraday to restrain any spontaneous mirth he felt out of misplaced respectful. Mr. Faraday, however, simply looked at me and said, "I beg your pardon, Stevens?" Only then did it occur to me that of course my witticism would not be easily appreciated by someone who was not aware that it was gypsies who had passed by. Thank you, Ando. This is a difficult read for me. It's very British. It's very difficult read, I have to say. Okay. I could not see then how I might press on with this bantering. In fact, I decided to best call it a halt to the matter, and pretending to remember something I had urgently to attend to, excused myself, leaving my employer looking rather bemused. It was then a most discouraging start to what may in fact be an entirely new sort of duty required of me, so discouraging that I must admit that I have not really made further attempts along these lines, but at the same time, I cannot escape the feeling that Mr. Faraday is not satisfied with my responses to his various banterings. Indeed, his increased persistence of late may even be my employer's way of urging me all the more to respond in a like-minded spirit. Be that as it may, since that first witticism concerning the gypsies, I have not been able to think of any other such witticism quickly enough. Such difficulties as these tends to be all the more preoccupying nowadays because one does not have the means to discuss and corroborate views with one fellow's professional in the ways once did. Not so long ago, if any such points of ambiguity arose regarding one's duties, one had the comfort of knowing that before long some fellow professional whose opinion one respected would be accompanying his employer to the house, and there would be ample opportunity to discuss the matter. And of course, in Lord Darlington's day, when the ladies and gentlemen would often visit for many days on end, it was possible to develop a good understanding with visiting colleagues. Indeed, in those busy days, our servants' hall would often witness a gathering of some sort of the finest professionals in England, talking late into the night by the warmth of the fire. And let me tell you, if you were to have come to our servants' hall on any of those evenings, you would not have heard mere gossip. More likely, you would have witnessed debates over the great affairs preoccupying our employers upstairs, or else over matters of import reported in the newspapers. And of course, as fellow professionals from all walks of life are wont to do when gathered together, we could be found discussing every aspect of our vocation. Sometimes, naturally, there would be strong disagreements, but more often than not, the atmosphere was dominated by a feeling of mutual respect. Perhaps I will convey a better idea of the tone of those evenings if I say that regular visitors included the likes of Mr. Harry Graham, valet butler to Sir James Chambers, and Mr. John Donalds, valet to Mr. Sidney Dickinson. And there were others less distinguished, perhaps, but those lively presents made any visit memorable. For instance, Mr. Wilkinson, valet butler to Mr. John Campbell, with his well-known repertoire of impersonations of prominent gentlemen; Mr. Davison from the Easterly House, whose passion in debating a point could at times be as alarming to a stranger as his simple kindness at all other times was endearing; Mr. Herman, valet to Mr. John Henry Peters, whose extreme views no one could listen to passively, but whose distinctive belly laugh and Yorkshire charm made him impossible to dislike. I could go on. There existed in those days a true camaraderie in our profession, whatever the small differences in our approach. We were all essentially cut from the same cloth, so to speak. Not the way it is today. When on the rare occasion an employee accompanies a guest here, he is likely to be some newcomer who has little to say about anything other than the association football, and who prefers to pass the evening not by the fire of the servants' hall, but drinking at the ploughman's arm, or indeed, as seems increasingly likely to nowadays, at the Star Inn. I mentioned a moment ago Mr. Graham, the valet butler to Sir James Chambers. In fact, some 2 months ago, I was most happy to learn that Sir James was to visit the Darlington Hall. I look forward to the visit not only because visitors from Lord Darlington's days are most rare now, Mr. Faraday's circle naturally being quite different from his lordship's, but also because I presume Mr. Graham would accompany Sir James as of old, and I would thus be able to get his opinions on this question of bantering. I was then both surprised and disappointed to discover a day before the visit that Sir James would would not be coming alone. Furthermore, during Sir James' subsequent stay, I gathered that Mr. Graham was no longer in Sir James' employ. Indeed, that Sir James no longer employed any full-time staff at all. I would like to have discovered what had become of Mr. Graham, for although we had not known each other well, I would say we had got on to those occasions we had met. As it was, however, no suitable opportunity arose for me to gain such information. I must say I was rather disappointed, for I would like to have discussed the bantering question with him. However, let me return to my original thread. I was obliged, as I was saying, to spend some uncomfortable minutes standing in the drawing room yesterday afternoon while Mr. Faraday went about his bantering. I responded as usual by smiling slightly, sufficient at least to indicate that I was participating in some way with the good-humoredness which he was carrying on, and waited to see if my employer's permission regarding the trip would be forthcoming. As I had anticipated, he gave his kind permission after not too a great delay, and furthermore, Mr. Faraday was good enough to remember and reiterate his generous offer to foot the bill for the guests. So then, there seems little reason why I should not undertake my motoring trip to the West Country. I would, of course, have to write to Miss Kenton to tell her that I might be passing by. I would also need to see to the matter of the costumes. Various other questions concerning arrangement here in the house during my absence will need to be settled, but all in all, I can see no genuine reason why I should not undertake this trip. Okay, there was the prologue, July 1956. Just read slower. I need to read slower, read slower, read slower. Alright. Day 1. Evening. Salisbury. Tonight, I find myself here in a guest room in the city of Salisbury. The first day of my trip is now completed, and all in all, I must admit that I am quite satisfied. This expedition began this morning almost an hour later than I had planned, despite my having completed my packing and loaded the fort with all the necessary items well before 8 o'clock. What with Mrs. Clemens and the girls also gone for a week, I suppose, I was very conscious of the fact that once I departed, Darlington Hall would stand empty probably for the first time in a century, perhaps for the first time since the day it was built. It was an odd feeling and perhaps accounts for why I delayed my departure for so long, wandering around the house many times over, checking one last time that all was in order. It is hard to explain my feelings once I did finally set off. For the first 20 minutes or so of motoring, I cannot say I was seized by any excitement or anticipation at all. This was due to no doubt the fact that though I motored further and further from the house, I continued to find myself in surroundings with which I had at least a passing acquaintance. Now I had always supposed I had travelled very little, restricted as I am by the responsibilities in the house, but of course, over time, one does not make excursions for one's professional reason or another, and it would seem I have become much more acquainted with those neighboring districts than I had realized. For, as I motored on the sunshine towards the Berkshire border, I continued to be surprised by the familiarity of the country around me. By then, eventually, the surroundings grew unrecognizable, and I knew I had gone beyond all previous boundaries. I have heard people describe the moment when setting sail in a ship, when one finally loses sight of the land. I imagine the experience of unease mixed with exhilaration, often described in connection with this moment, is very familiar and similar to what I felt in the fort as the surroundings grew strange around me. This occurred just after I took a turning and found myself on a road curving around the edge of a hill. I could sense a steep drop to my left, though I could not see it due to the trees and thick foliage that lined the roadside. The feeling swept over me that I had truly left Darlington Hall behind, and I must confess I did feel a slight sense of alarm, a sense of a sense aggravated by the feeling that I was perhaps not on the correct road at all, but speeding off in a totally wrong direction into the wilderness. It was only the feeling of a moment, but it caused me to slow down. And even when I had assured myself that I was on the right road, I felt compelled to stop the car a moment to take stock, as it were. I decided to step out and stretch my legs a little, and when I did so, I received a stronger impression than ever of being perched on the small side of a hill. One on one side of the road, thickets and small trees rose steeply, while on the other I could now glimpse through the foliage the distant countryside. I believe that I had walked a little way along the roadside, peering through the foliage, hoping to get a better view, when I heard a voice behind me. Until this point, of course, I had believed myself quite alone, and I turned in some surprise. A little way further the road up the road on the opposite side, I could see the start of a footpath which disappeared steeply into the thickets. Sitting on the large stone that marked this spot was a thin, white-haired man in a cloth cap, smoking his pipe. He called to me again, and though I could not quite make out his words, I could see him gesturing for me to join him. For a moment, I took him for a vagrant, but then I saw he was just some local fellow enjoying the fresh air and summer sunshine, and I saw no reason not to comply. "Just wondering, sir," he said as I approached, "how fit your legs were." "I beg your pardon?" The fellow gestured up the footpath. "You got to have a good pair of legs and a good pair of lungs to go up there. Me, I haven't got neither, so I stay down here. But if I was in better shape, I would be sitting up there. There's a nice little spot up there, a bench and everything, and you won't get a better view anywhere in the whole of England." "If what you say is true," I said, "I think I'd rather stay here. I happen to be embarking on a motoring trip, during the course of which I hope to see many splendid views. To see the best before I have properly begun would be somewhat premature." The fellow did not seem to understand me, for he simply said again, "You won't see a better view in the whole of England, but I tell you, you need a good pair of legs and a good pair of lungs. Then he added, I can see you are in a good shape for your age, sir. I would say you could make your way up there, no trouble. I mean, even I can manage on a good day. I glanced up the path, which did look steep and rather rough. I'm telling you, sir, you'll be sorry if you don't take a walk up there, and you never know. A couple more years, and it might be too late. He gave a rather vulgar laugh. Better go up on while you still can. It occurs to me now that the man might just possibly have meant this in a humorous sort of way. That is to say, he intended it as a bantering remark. But this morning, I must say, I found it quite offensive, and it may well have been the urge to demonstrate just how foolish his insinuation had been that caused me to stand up on the footpath. In any case, I'm very glad I did so. Certainly, it was quite a strenuous walk, although I can say it failed to cause me any real difficulty. The path rising in zigzags up the hillside for 100 yards or so, I then reached a small clearing, undoubtedly the spot the man had referred to. Here one was met by a bench, and indeed by a most marvelous view over miles of the surrounding countryside. What I saw was principally field upon field rolling off into the far distance. The land rose and fell gently, and the fields were bordered by hedges and trees. There were dots in some of the distant fields which I assumed to be sheep's. To my right, almost on the horizon, I thought I could see the square tower of a church. It was a fine feeling indeed to be standing up there like that, with the sound of summer all around one and a light breeze on one's face. And I believe it was then, looking on that view, that I began for the first time to adopt a frame of mind appropriate for the journey before me. For it was then I felt the first unhealthy flush of anticipation for the many interesting experiences I know these days ahead hold in store for me. And indeed, it was then that I felt a new resolve not to be daunted in respect to the one professional task I have entrusted myself with on this trip. That is to say, regarding Miss Kenton and our present staffing problem. But that was this morning. This evening I found myself settled here in this comfortable guest house in a street not too far from the centre of Salisbury. It is, I suppose, a relatively modest establishment, but a very clean and perfectly adequate for my needs. The landlady, a woman of around 40 or so, appears to regard me as a rather grand visitor on account of Mr. Faraday's fort and the high quality of my suit. This afternoon I arrived in Salisbury at around 3:30. When I entered my address in her register as Darlington Hall, I could see her look at me with some trepidation, assuming no doubt that I was some gentleman and used to such places as the Ritz or the Dorchester, and that I would storm out of the guest house on being shown my room. She informed me that a double room at the front was available, though I was welcome to it with the price of a single. Then I was brought up to this room, in which at the point of the day sun was lighting the floral patterns of the wallpaper quite agreeably. There were twin beds, a pair of good-sized windows overlooking the street. On inquiring where the bathroom was, the woman told me in a timid voice that although it was the door facing mine, there would be no hot water available after supper. I asked her to bring me up a pot of tea, and when she had gone, inspected the room further. The beds were perfectly clean and had been well made. The basin in the corner was also very clean. On looking out the windows, one saw the opposite sides of the street of a bakery displaying a variety of pastries, a chemist's shop, and a barber's. Further along, one could see the street pass over a round back bridge, and on into more rural surroundings. I refreshed my face and hands with cold water at the basin, and then seated myself on a hard-backed chair left near one of the windows to await my tea. I suppose it was shortly after 4 o'clock, and I left the guest house and ventured out into the streets of Salisbury. The wide airy nature of the streets here gave the city a marvelous spacious feel, so that I found it most easy to spend some hours just strolling in the gently warm sunshine. Moreover, I discovered the city to be one of the many charms of time to be one of the many charm time and again. I found myself wandering past delightful rows of old timbered fronted houses and crossing some little stone bridge over one of those many streams that follow through the city. And of course, I did not fail to visit the fine cathedral, which much praised by Mrs. Simons in her volume. This August, the building was hardly difficult for me to locate, its looming spire being ever visible wherever one goes in Salisbury. Indeed, as I was making my way back to the guest house this evening, I glanced back over my shoulder on a number of occasions and was met each time by the view of the sun setting behind that great spire. And yet, tonight, in the quiet of this room, I find that what really remains with me was from this first day's travel is not Salisbury Cathedral, nor any of the other charming sights of the city, but rather the marvelous view encountered this morning of the rolling English countryside. Now, I'm quite prepared to believe that other countries can offer more obviously spectacular scenery. Indeed, I have seen in encyclopedias and the National Geographic magazines breathtaking photographs of sights from various corners of the globe. Magnificent canyons, magnificent canyons and waterfalls, ragged, beautiful mountains. It has never, of course, been my privilege to have seen such things at first hand, but I will nevertheless hazard this with some confidence. The English landscape at its finest, such as I saw it this morning, possess a quality that the landscape of other nations, however more superficially dramatic, inevitably fail to possess. It is, I believe, a quality that will mark out the English landscape to any objective observers as the most deeply satisfying in the world, and this quality is probably best summed up by the term greatness. For it is true, when I stood on that high ledge of this morning and viewed the land before me, I distinctly felt that rare and unmistakable feeling, the feeling that one is in the presence of greatness. We call this land of ours Great Britain, and there may be those who believe in this was somewhat immodest practice, yet I would venture that the landscape of our country alone would justify the use of this lofty adjective. And yet, what precisely is this greatness? Just where, or in what does it lie? I am quite aware it would take a far wiser head than mine to answer such a question, but if I were forced to hazard a guess, I would say that it is the very lack of obvious drama and spectacle that sets in the beauty of our land apart. What is pertinent is the calmness of that beauty, its sense of restraint. It is as though the land knows of its own beauty, of its own greatness, and feels no need to shout at it. In comparison, the sort of sights offered in such places as Africa and America, though undoubtedly very exciting, would, I am sure, strike the objective viewer as an inferior on account of their unseemly demonstrativeness. The whole question is akin to the question that has caused much debate in our profession over the years. What is a great butler? I can recall many hours of enjoyable discussion on this topic around the fire of the servants' hall at the end of a day. You will notice I say what rather than who is a great butler, for there was actually no serious dispute as to the identity of the man who set the standards amongst our generation. That is to say, I'm talking of the likes of Mr. Marshall of Charville's house or Mr. Lane of Brightwood. If you have ever had the privilege of meeting such men, you will no doubt know the quality they possess to which I refer, but you will no doubt also understand what I mean when I say it is not at all easy to define just what this quality is. Incidentally, now that I have come to think further about it, it is not quite true to say there was no dispute as to who were the great butlers. What I should have said was that there was no serious dispute among professionals of quality who had any discernment in such matters. Of course, the servants' hall at Darlington's hall, like any servants' hall anywhere, was obliged to receive employees of varying degrees of intellect and perception, and I recall many times having to bite my lip while some employee, and at times, I regret to say, members of my own staff, excitedly eulogized the likes of, say, Mr. Jack Neighbors. I have nothing against Mr. Jack Neighbors, who sadly I understand was killed in the war. I mention him simply because his was a typical case. For 2 or 3 years in the mid-30s, Mr. Neighbor's name seems to dominate conversations in every servants' hall in the land. As I say, at Darlington Hall too, many a visiting employee would bring the latest tales of Mr. Neighbor's achievements, so that I and the likes of Mr. Graham would have to share the frustrating experience of hearing anecdote after anecdote relating to him. And most frustrating of all would be having to witness at the conclusion of each such anecdote otherwise decent employees shaking their heads and in wonder and uttering phrases like, "That Mr. Neighbors, he really is the best." Now, I do not doubt that Mr. Neighbors had good organizational skills. He did, I understand, mastermind of the number of large occasions and with conspicuous style, but at no stage did he ever approach the status of a great butler. I could have told you this at the height of his reputation, just as I could have predicted his downfall after a few short years in the limelight. How often have you known it for the butler who is on everyone's lips one day as the greatest of his generation to be proved demonstrably within a few years to have been nothing of the sort? And yet, those very same employee who once heaped praise on him will be too busy eulogizing some new figure to stop and examine their sense of judgment. The object of this sort of servants' hall talk is invariably some butler who has come to the fore quite suddenly through having been appointed by a prominent house, and who has perhaps managed to pull off 2 or 3 large occasions with some success. There will then be all sort of rumors buzzing through servants' halls, up and down the country, to the effect that he had been approached by this or that personage, or that several of the highest houses are competing for his services with wildly high wages. And what has happened before a few years had passed, the same invincible figure has been held responsible for some blunder, and has for some other reason fallen out of favor with his employees of his employers, leaving the house where he came to fame, and is never heard again. Meanwhile, those same gossipers will have found yet some other newcomer about whom to enthuse. Visiting valets, I have found, are often the worst offenders. Aspiring as they usually to do the position of a butler with some urgency, it is who tend to be always insisting this or that figure is the one to emulate, or repeating what some particular hero is said to have pronounced upon professional matters. But then, of course, I hasten to add, there are many valets who would never dream of indulging this sort of folly, who are in fact professionals of the highest discernment. When 2 or 3 such persons were gathered together at our servants' hall, I mean the caliber of, say, Mr. Graham, with whom now sadly I seem to have lost touch, we would have some of the most stimulating and intelligent debates on every aspect of our vocation. Indeed, today those evening ranks amongst my fondest memories from those times. But let me return to the question that is of genuine interest, the question we so often debating when our evenings were not spoiled by the chatter from those who lacked any fundamentals understanding of profession. That is to say, the question, what is a great butler? To the best of my knowledge, for all this talk this question had engendered over the years, there have been very few attempts within the profession to formulate an official answer. The only instance that comes to mind is the attempt of the Hay Society to devise criteria for membership. You may not be aware of the Hay Society, for few talks about it these days, but in the 20s and the early 30s, it exerted a considerable influence over much of London and home counties. In fact, many felt its power had become too great and thought it no bad thing when it was forced to close, I believe in 1932 or 1933. The Hay Society claimed to admit butlers of only the very first rank. Much of the power and prestige it went on to gain derived from the fact that it, unlike other such organizations which have come and gone, it managed to keep its numbers extremely low, thus giving this claim some credibility. Membership, it was said, never at any point rose above 30 and much of the time remains closer to 9 or 10. This, and the fact that the Hay Society tended to be a rather secretive body, lent it much mystique for a time, ensuring that the pronouncements it occasionally ensued on professional matters were received as though hewn on tablets of stone. But one matter the society resisted pronouncing on for some time was a question of its own criteria for membership. Pressured to have these announced steadily mounted, and in response to a series of letters published in the Quarterly for the Gentleman's Gentleman, the society admitted that the prerequisite for membership was that an applicant to be attached to a distinguished household. Though, of course, society went on, this by itself is far from sufficient to satisfy requirements. It was made clear, furthermore, that the society did not regard the houses of businessmen or the newly rich or distinguished, and in my opinion this piece of outdated thinking crucially undermined any serious authority that the society may have achieved to arbitrate on standards in our profession. In response to further letters in the Quarterly, the society justified its stance by saying that while it accepted some correspondents' view that certain butlers of excellent quality were to be found in the houses of businessmen, the assumption had to be that the house of true ladies and gentlemen would not refrain long from acquiring the services of any such persons. One had to be guided by the judgment of the true ladies and gentlemen, argued by the society, or else we may as well adopt the proprieties of the Bolshevik Russia. This provoked further controversy, and the pressure of letters continued to build up, urging the society to declare more fully its membership criteria. In the end, it was revealed in a brief letter to the Quarterly that in the view of the society, and I will try and quote accurately from memory, the most crucial criterion is that the applicant be possessed of a dignity in keeping with his position. No applicant will satisfy requirement whatever his level of accomplishments otherwise, if seen to fall short in this respect. For all my lack of enthusiasm for the Hay Society, it is my belief that this particular pronouncement at least was founded on a significant truth. If one looks at these persons, we all agree are great butlers. If one looks at, let's say, Mr. Marshall or Mr. Lane, it does seem to be the factor which distinguishes them from those butlers who were merely extremely competent is most closely captured by this word dignity. Of course, this merely begs for further question of what is dignity comprised, and it was on this point that the likes of Mr. Graham and I had some of our most interesting debates. Mr. Graham would always take the view that this dignity was something like a woman's beauty, and it was thus pointless to attempt to analyze it. I, on the other hand, held the opinion that to draw such parallel tended to demean the dignity of the likes of Mr. Marshall. Moreover, my main objection to Mr. Graham's analogy was the implication that this dignity was something one possessed and did not by fluke of nature, and if one did not self-evidently have it, to strive after it would be as futile as an ugly woman trying to make herself beautiful. Now, while I would accept that majorities of butlers may well discover ultimately that they do not have the capacity for it, I believe strongly that this dignity is something one can meaningfully for strive for throughout one's career. Those great butlers like Mr. Marshall who have it, I'm sure, acquired it over the many years of self-training and the careful absorbing of experience. In my view, then, it was rather defeatist from a vocational standpoint to adopt a stance like Mr. Graham's. In any case, for all Mr. Graham's skepticism, I can remember he and I spending many evenings trying to put our fingers on the constitution of this dignity. We never came to any agreement, but I can say for my part that I have developed fairly firm ideas of my own, and on the matter, during the course of such discussions, and they are by and large the beliefs I still hold on today. I would like, if I may, to try and say what I think this dignity to be. You will not dispute, I presume, that Mr. Marshall of the Charleville House and Mr. Lane of Brightwood have been the two great butlers of recent times. Perhaps you might be persuaded that Mr. Henderson of Branbury Castle also falls into this rare category. But you may think me merely biased if I say that my own father could in many ways be considered to rank with such men, and that his career is one I have always scrutinized for the definition of dignity. Yet, my firm conviction that at the peak of his career at the Loughborough House, my father was indeed the embodiment of dignity. I realize that if one looks at the matter objectively, one has to concede that my father lacked various attributes as one may normally expect in a great butler. But the same absent attribute, I would argue, are every time those of the same superficial and decorative order, attributes that are attractive, no doubt, as icing on the cake, but are not pertaining to what is really essential. I refer to things such as good accent and command of language, general knowledge on wide-ranging topics such as falconing and nude mating, attributes none of which my father could have boasted. Furthermore, it must be remembered that my father was a butler of an earlier generation who began his career at a time when such attributes were not considered proper, let alone desirable in a butler. The obsession with eloquence and general knowledge would appear to be one that emerged with our generation, probably in the wake of Mr. Marshall's, when lesser men trying to emulate his greatness mistook the superficial of the essence. It is my view that our generation has been much too preoccupied with the trimmings. Goodness knows how much time and energy has gone into practicing of an accent and command of a language, how many hours spent studying encyclopedias and the volumes of textual knowledge, when the time should have been spent mastering the basic fundamentals. Though we must be careful not to attempt to deny the responsibility which ultimately lies with ourselves, it has to be said that certain employers have done so much to encourage this sort of trends. I'm sorry to say this, but there would appear to have been a number of houses in recent times, some of the highest pedigree, which have tended to take a competitive attitude towards each other, and have not been above showing off to guests a butler's mastery of such trivial accomplishments. I have heard various instances of a butler being displayed as a kind of performing monkey at a house party. In one regrettable case which I myself witnessed, it had become an established spot in the house for guests to ring for the butler and ran, put him random questions of the order of, say, who had won the derby in such and such year, rather as one might to a memory man at the music hall. My father, as I say, came from a generation mercifully free of such confusions of our professional values, and I would maintain that for all his limited command of English and his limited general knowledge, he not only knew all there was to know about how to run a house, he did his prime come to acquire this dignity in keeping with his position, as the Hay Societies put it. If I try then to describe to you what I believe made my father thus distinguished, I may in this way convey my idea of what dignity is. There was a certain story my father was fond of repeating over the years. I recall listening to him telling it to visitors when I was a child, and later when I was starting out as a footman under his supervision. I remember him relating it again the first time I returned to see him after gaining my first post as a butler to Mr. and Mrs. Mudgeridge in their relative modest house in Alshot, Oxfordshire. So clearly, the story meant much to him. My father's generation was not one accustomed to discussing and analyzing in the way of ours is, and I believed the telling and retelling of this story was as close as my father ever came to reflecting critically on the profession he practiced. As such, it gives a vital clue to his thinking. The story was apparently true, one concerning a certain butler who had travelled with his employer to India and served there for many years, maintaining amongst the native staff the same high standards he had commanded in England. One afternoon, evidently this butler had entered the dining room to make sure that all was well for dinner, when he noticed a tiger languishing beneath the dining table. The butler had left the dining room quietly, taking care to close the doors behind him, and proceeded calmly to the drawing room where his employer was taking tea with a number of visitors. There he attracted his employer's attention with a polite cough, and then whispered in the latter's ear, "I'm very sorry, sir, but there appears to be a tiger in the dining room. Perhaps you will permit the 12 boars to be used?" And according to legend, a few minutes later the employer and his guest heard 3 gunshots. When the butler reappeared in the drawing room some time afterward to refresh the teapots, the employer had inquired if all was well. "Perfectly well, thank you, sir," had come the reply. "Dinner will be served in the usual time, and I am pleased to say there will be no discernible traces left of the recent occurrence by that time." This last phrase, "no discernible traces left on the recent occurrence by that time," my father would repeat with a laugh and shake his head admiringly. He neither claimed to know the butler's name nor anyone who had known him, but he would always insist the event occurred just as he told it. In any case, it is of little importance whether or not the story is true. The significant thing is, of course, what it reveals concerning my father's ideals. For when I look back over his career, I can see the hindsight that he must have striven throughout his career somehow to become the butler of his story. And in my view, at the peak of his career, my father achieved this ambition. For although I am sure he never had the chance to encounter a tiger beneath the dining table, when I think all over that I know and have heard concerning him, I can think of at least several instances of his displaying abundance, that very quality he so admired in the butler in his story. One such instance was related to me by Mr. David Charles of the Charles and Reading Company, who visited Darlington Hall from time to time during Lord Darlington's days. It was one evening when I happened to be valeting him. Mr. Charles told me that he had come across my father some years earlier while a guest at Loughborough House, the home of Mr. John Silvers, the industrialist, where my father served for 15 years at the height of his career. He had never been quite able to forget my father, Mr. Charles told me, owing to an incident that occurred during the visit. One afternoon, Mr. Charles, to his shame and regret, had allowed himself to become inebriated in the company of two fellow guests, gentlemen I shall merely call Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones, since they are likely to be still remembered in certain circles. After an hour or so of drinking, these two gentlemen decided they wished to go on an afternoon drive around the local villages, a motor car around this time still being something of a novelty. They persuaded Mr. Charles to accompany them, and since the chauffeur was on leave at the point, they enlisted my father to drive the car. Once they had set off, Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones, for all their being well into their middle years, proceeded to behave like schoolboys, singing coarse songs and making even coarser comments on all they saw from the window. Furthermore, these gentlemen had noticed on the local map 3 villages in the vicinity called Morphy, Saltash, and Brigham. Now, I'm not entirely sure these were the exact names, but the point was they reminded Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones the music hall act Murphy, Saltman, and Bridget the Cat, of which you may have heard. Upon noticing this curious coincidence, the gentleman then gained an ambition to visit the 3 villages in question, in honor, as it were of the music hall artist. According to Mr. Charles, my father had duly driven to one village and was at the point of entering the second when either Mr. Smith or Mr. Jones noticed the village was Brigham, that is to say, the third, not the second name of the sequence. They demanded angrily that my father turn the car immediately so that the villages could be visited in the correct order. It so happened that this entailed doubling back on the considerable way of the route, but so Mr. Charles assures me, my father accepted the request as though it were a perfectly reasonable one, and in general continued to behave in an immaculate courtesy. But Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones's attention now had been drawn to my father, and no doubt rather bored with what the view outside had to offer, they proceeded to amuse themselves by shouting out unflattering remarks concerning my father's mistake. Mr. Charles remembered marveling at how my father showed not one hint of discomfort or anger, but continued to drive with an expression balanced perfectly between personal dignity and readiness to oblige. My father's equanimity was not, however, allowed to last, for when they had wearied of hurling insults at my father's back, the 2 gentlemen began to discuss their host, that is to say, my father's employer, Mr. John Silvers. The remarks grew even more debased and treacherous, so that Mr. Charles, at least so he claimed, was obliged to intervene with the suggestion that such talk was bad form. This view was contradicted with such energy that Mr. Charles, quite aside from the worrying he would become the next focus of the gentleman's attention, actually thought himself in danger of a physical assault. But then suddenly, following a particularly heinous insinuation against his employer, my father brought the car to an abrupt halt. It was what happened next that had made such an indelible impression upon Mr. Charles. The rear door of the car opened, and my father was observed to be standing there, a few steps back from the vehicle, gazing steadily into the interior. As Mr. Charles described it, all 3 passengers seemed to overcome as one by the realization of what an imposing physical force my father was. Indeed, he was a man of 6 feet 3 inches, and his countenance, though reassuring, while one knew he was intent on obliging. Thank you. unobliging could be extremely forbidding viewed in certain other contexts. According to Mr. Charles, my father did not display any obvious anger. He had, it seemed, merely opened the door, and yet there was something so powerfully rebuking, and at the same time unassailable about his figure looming over them that Mr. Charles' two drunken companions seemed to cower back like two small boys caught by the farmer in the act of stealing apples. My father had proceeded to stand there for a moment, saying nothing, merely holding the open door. Eventually, either Mr. Smith or Mr. Jones had remarked, "Are we not going on with the journey?" My father did not reply, but continued to stand there silently, neither demanding disembarkation nor offering any clue as to his desires or intentions. I can very well imagine how he must have looked that day, framed by the doorway of the vehicle, his dark, severe presence quite blotting out the effect of the gentleman Hertfordshire scenery behind him. Those were, Mr. Charles recalled, strangely unnerving moments during which he too, despite not having participated in the preceding behavior, felt engulfed with guilt. The silence seemed to go on interminably before either Mr. Smith or Mr. Jones found it in him to mutter, "I suppose we were talking a little out of turn there. It won't happen again." A moment to consider this, then my father had closed the door gently, returned to the wheel, and had proceeded to continue the tour of the three villages, a tour Mr. Charles assured me that was completely thereafter in mere silence. Now that I have recalled this episode, another event from around the time in my father's career comes to mind which demonstrates, perhaps even more impressively, this special quality he came to possess. I shall explain here that I am one of two brothers, and that my elder brother Leonard was killed in the South African War when I was still a boy. Naturally, my father would have felt this loss keenly, but to make matters worse, the usual comfort a father has in these situations, that is, the notion that his son gave his life gloriously for the king and the country, was sullied by the fact that my brother had perished in a particularly infamous maneuver. Not only was it alleged that the maneuver had been a most un-British attack on civilian Boer settlements, overwhelming evidence emerged that it had been irresponsibly commanded with several flouting of elementary military precaution, so that the men who had died, my brother among them, had died quite needlessly. In my view of what I am about to relate, it would not be possible of me to identify the maneuver any more precisely, though you may well guess which one I am alluding to if I say that it caused something of an uproar at the time, adding significantly to the controversy the conflict of the whole was attracting. There had been calls for the removal, even the court marshalling of the general concerned, but the army defended the latter, and he had been allowed to complete the campaign. What is less known is that at the close of the Southern African conflict, the same general had been discreetly retired, and then he had then entered business, dealing the shipments from Southern Africa. I relate this because some 10 years after the conflict, that is to say, when the wounds of the bereavement of the superficially healed, my father was called into Mr. John Silver's study to be told that the very same personage, I will call him simply the General, was due to visit for a number of days to attend a house party, during which my father's employer hoped to lay the foundations of a lucrative business transaction. Mr. Silvers, however, had remembered the significance the visit would have for my father, and had thus called him in to offer him the option of taking several days' leave for the duration of the general's stay. My father's feelings towards the general were naturally those of utmost loathing, but he realized too that his employer's present business aspiration hung on the smooth running of the house party, with which some 18 or so people expected to be would be no trifling matter. My father thus replied the effect that while he was most grateful that his feelings had been taken into account, Mr. Silvers could be assured that service would be provided to the usual standards. As things turns out, my father's ordeal proved even worse than might have been predicted. For one thing, any hopes my father may have had that to meet the general in a person would arouse a sense of respect and sympathy to leaven his feelings against him proved without foundation. The general was a portly, ugly man, and his manners were not refined, and his talk was conspicuous for an eagerness to apply military similes to a very wide variety of matters. Worse was to come with the news that the gentleman had brought no valet. His usual man having fallen ill, this presented a delicate problem, another of the house guests being also without his valet, raising the question as to which guest should be allocated the butler as a valet and who the footman. My father, appreciating his employer's position, volunteered immediately to take the general, and thus was obliged to suffer intimate proximity for 4 days with the man he detested. Meanwhile, the general, having no idea of my father's feelings, took full opportunity to relate anecdotes of his military accomplishments. Of course, many military men are wont to do their valets privacy of their in the privacy of their rooms. Yet so well did my father hide his feelings, so professionally did he carry out his duties, that on his departure the general had actually complimented Mr. John Silvers on the excellence of his butler, and had left an unusually large tip in appreciation, which my father without hesitation asked his employer to donate to charity. I hope you will agree that in these two instances I have recited from his career, both of which I have had corroborated and believed to be accurate, my father was not only manifest, but comes close to being the personification itself of what the Hay Society terms dignity, in keeping with his position. If one considers the difference between my father at such moments and a figure such as Jack Neighbours, even with his best technical flourishes, I believe one may begin to distinguish what it is that separates a great butler from a merely competent one. We may now understand better, too, why my father was so fond of the story of the butler who failed to panic on discovering the tiger underneath the dining table. It was because he knew instinctively that somewhere in the story lay a kernel of what true dignity is. And let me now posit this. Dignity has to do crucially with the butler's ability not to abandon professional being he inhabits. Lesser butlers will abandon the professional being for the private one at the least provocation. For such persons, being a butler is like playing some pantomime role. A small push and slight stumble, and the facade will drop off to reveal the actor underneath. The great butlers are great by virtue of their ability to inhabit their professional role and inhabit it to the utmost. They will not be shaken out of the external events, however surprising, alarming, or vexing. They wear their professionalism as a decent gentleman wear his suit. He will not let ruffians or circumstances tear it off him in the public gaze. He will discard it when and only when he wills to do so, and this will invariably be when he is entirely alone. It is, as I say, a matter of dignity. It is sometimes said that butlers only truly exist in England. Other countries, whatever title it actually used, have only manservants. I tend to believe this is true. Continentals are unable to be butlers because they are, as a breed, incapable of the emotional restraint which only the English race is capable of. Continentals, and by and large the Celts, as you will no doubt agree, are the rule are, as a rule, unable to control themselves in moments of strong emotion and thus unable to maintain a professional demeanor other than the least challenging in situations. If I may return to my earlier metaphor, you will excuse my putting it so coarsely. They are like a man who will, at the slightest provocation, tear off his suit and his shirt and run about screaming. In a word, dignity is beyond such persons. We English have an important advantage over foreigners in this respect, and it is for this reason that when you think of a great butler, he is bound, almost by definition, to be an Englishman. Of course, you may retort, as did Mr. Graham whenever I expounded such a line during the enjoyable discussion by the fire, that if I am correct in what I am saying, one could recognize a great butler as such only after one had seen him perform under some severe test. And yet the truth is, we accept persons such as Mr. Marshall or Mr. Lane to be great, though most of us cannot claim to have ever scrutinized them under such conditions. I have to admit Mr. Graham has a point there. But all I can say is that after one has been in the profession as long as one has, one is able to judge intuitively the depth of a man's professionalism without having to see it under pressure. Indeed, on the occasion of one is fortunate enough to meet a great butler, far from being experiencing any skeptical urge to demand a test, one is at loss to imagine any situation which could ever dislodge a professionalism born with such authority. In fact, I'm sure it was an apprehension of this sort, penetrating even the thick haze created by alcohol, and which reduced my father's passengers into a shamed silence that Sunday afternoon many years ago. It is with such men as it is with the English landscape seen at its best, as I did this morning. When one encounters them, one simply knows one is in the presence of greatness. There will always be, I realize, those who would claim that any attempt to analyze greatness as I have been doing is quite futile. You know when somebody's got it, and you know when somebody hasn't. Mr. Graham's argument always would be. Beyond that, there's nothing much you can say. But I believe we have a duty not to be so defeatist in this matter. It is surely a professional responsibility for all of us to think deeply about these things, so that each of us may better strive towards attaining dignity for ourselves. You guys still there? Day 2. Morning Salisbury. Strange beds have rarely agreed with me, and after only a short spell of somewhat troubled slumber, I awoke an hour or so ago. It was then still dark, and knowing that I had a full day's motoring ahead of me, I made an attempt to return to sleep. This proved futile, and when I decided eventually to rise, it was still so dark that I was obliged to turn on the electric light in order to shave at the sink in the corner. But when having finished I switched off again, I could see early daylight at the edges of the curtain. When I patted them just a moment ago, the light outside was still very pale, and something of a mist affecting my view of the baker's shop and the chemist's shop opposite. Indeed, following the street further along to where it runs over the round the little round back bridge, I could see the mist rising from the river, obscuring almost entirely one of the bridge posts. There was not a soul to be seen, and apart from hammering noises echoing from somewhere distant and an occasional coughing in a room in the back of the house, there is still no sound to be heard. The landlady is clearly not yet up and about, suggesting there is little chance of her serving breakfast earlier than her declared time of 7:30. Now, in these quiet moments, as I wait for the world about to awake, I find myself going over in my mind again passages from Miss Kenton's letter. Incidentally, I should before now have explained myself as my regards referring to Miss Kenton. Miss Kenton is properly speaking Mrs. Ben, and has been for 20 years. However, because I knew her at the close quarters only during her maiden years and have not seen her once since she went to the West Country to become Mrs. Ben, you will perhaps excuse my impropriety to referring to her as I knew her, and in my mind have continued to call her throughout these years. Of course, her letter have given me extra cause to consider thinking of her as Miss Kenton, since it would seem sadly that her marriage is finally come to an end. The letter does not make any specific details of the matter, as one would hardly expect it to do, but Miss Kenton states unambiguously that she is now in fact taken the step of moving out of Mr. Ben's house in the Houston, and is presently lodging with an acquaintance in the nearby village of Little Compton. It is, of course, tragic that her marriage is now ending in failure. At this very moment, no doubt she is pondering with regret decision made in the far-off past, and now have left her deep in the middle age so alone and desolate. And it is so easy to see how such a frame of mind, the thought of returning to Darlington Hall would be a great comfort to her. Admittedly, she does not at any point in her letter state explicitly her desire to return, but that is the unmistakable message conveyed by the general nuance of the many passages, imbued as they are with deep nostalgia for her days in Darlington Hall. Of course, Miss Kenton cannot hope by returning at this stage, ever to retrieve those lost years, and it will be my first duty to impress this upon her when we meet. I will have to point out how different things are now, and the days of working with the grand staff of one's back, and will call probably never return within our lifetime. But then, Miss Kenton is an intelligent woman, and she will have already realized these things. Indeed, all in all, I cannot see why the option of her returning to the Darlington Halls and seeing out her working years that should not offer a very genuine consolation to a life that has come to be so dominated by a sense of waste. And of course, from my own professional view of point, it is clear that even after a break of so many years, Miss Kenton would prove the perfect solution to the problem at the present besetting us at the Darlington Hall. In fact, determining it a problem, I perhaps overstate the matter. I am referring, after all, to a series of very minor errors on my part, and the course that I am now pursuing to merely a mean of preempting any problems before one arises. It is true, the same trivial problems did cause me some anxiety at first, but after I had some time to diagnose them correctly as symptoms of nothing more than a straightforward staff shortage, I have restrained from giving them much thought. Miss Kenton's arrival, as I say, will put a permanent end to them. But to return to her letter, it does at times reveals a certain despair over her present situation, a matter that is rather concerning. She begins one sentence, although I have no idea how I shall usefully fill the remainder of my life. And again, elsewhere she writes, the rest of my life stretches out as an emptiness before me. And for the most part, though, as I have said, the tone is one of nostalgia. At one point, for instance, she writes, this incident put me in mind of Alice White. Do you remember her? In fact, I had hardly imagined you could forget her. For myself, I'm still haunted by those vowel sounds and those uniquely ungrammatical sentences only she could dream up. Have you had any idea what became of her? I have not. As a matter of fact, I must say, it rather amused me to remember that exasperating housemate who, in the end, turned out to be one of the most devoted. At another point of her letter, Miss Kenton writes, I was so fond of that view from the second-floor bedrooms overlooking the lawn with the downs visible at a distance. Is it still like that? On summer evenings there was a sort of magical quality to that view that I will confess to you now. I used to waste so many precious minutes standing at one of those windows just enchanted by it. Then she goes on to add, if this is a painful memory, forgive me. But I will never forget that time we both watched your father walking back and forth in front of the summer house, looking down at the ground as though he hoped to find some precious jewel he had dropped there. It is something of a revelation of this memory from over 30 years ago should have remained with Miss Kenton as it had done with me. Indeed, it must have occurred on just one of those summer evenings she mentions, for I can recall distinctly climbing to the second landing and seeing before me a series of orange shafts from the sunset breaking the gloom of the corridor where each bedroom door stood ajar. As I made my way past these bedrooms, I seen through a doorway Miss Kenton's figure, silhouette against a window, turn and call me softly, Mr. Stevens, if you have a moment. As I entered, Miss Kenton had turned back to the window. Down below, the shadow of the poplars were falling across the lawn. To the right of our view, the lawn sloped up a gentle embankment to where the summer house stood, and it was there my father's figure could be seen, pacing slowly with an air of preoccupation. Indeed, as Miss Kenton puts it so well, as though he had hoped to find precious jewel he had dropped there. There were some very pertinent reasons why this memory had remained with me, as I wish to explain. Moreover, now that I come to think of it, it is perhaps not so surprising that it should also have made a deep impression on Miss Kenton, given certain aspect of her relationship with my father during the early days of Darlington Hall. Miss Kenton and my father had arrived at the house at more or less the same time, that is to say, the spring of 1922. As a consequence of my losing at one stroke the previous housekeeper and under butler, this had occurred due to this latter two persons deciding to marry one another and leave the profession. I have always found such liaisons a serious threat to the order of the house. Since that time, I have lost numerous more employees in such circumstances. Of course, one has to expect such things to occur amongst maid and footmen, and a good butler should always take this into account in his planning. But such marrying amongst more senior employees can have an extremely disruptive effect on work. Of course, if two members of the staff happen to fall in love and decide to marry, it would be churlish to be apportioning blame. But what I find major irritation are those persons, and housekeepers are particularly guilty here, who have no genuine commitment to their profession and who are essentially going from post to post looking for romance. This sort of person is blight on good professionalism. But let me say immediately, I do not have Miss Kenton in mind at all when I say this. Of course, she too eventually left my staff to get married, but I can vouch that during the time she worked as a housekeeper under me, she was nothing less than dedicated and never allowed her professional priorities to be distracted. But I am digressing. I was explaining that we had fallen in need of a housekeeper and an under butler at one, and at the same time Miss Kenton had arrived with an unusually good reference, I recall, to take up the former's post. As it happened, my father had around this time come to an end of his distinguished service of Longborough House with the death of his employer, Mr. John Silvers, and had been at something of a loss for work and accommodation. Although he was still, of course, a professional at the highest class, he was now in his 70s and much ravaged by arthritis and other ailments. It was not at all, then, how he would fare against younger breed of highly professionalized butlers looking for the post. In the view of this, it seemed a reasonable solution to ask my father to bring his great experience and distinction to the Darlington Hall. As I remember, it was one morning a little while after my father and Miss Kenton had joined the staff. I had been in my pantry, sitting at the table going through my paperwork, when I heard a knock on my door. I recall I was a little taken aback when Miss Kenton opened the door and entered before I had bidden her to do so. She came in holding a large vase of flowers, and said with a smile, "Mr. Stevens, I thought this would brighten up your parlour a little." "I beg your pardon, Miss Kenton? It seems such a pity your room should be so dark and cold, Mr. Stevens, even when it's such bright sunshine outside. I thought this would enliven things a little." "That's very kind of you, Miss Kenton. It's a shame more sun doesn't get in here. The walls are even a little damp, are they not, Mr. Stevens?" I turned back to my account, saying, "Merely condensations, I believe, Miss Kenton." She put her vase down on the table in front of me, then glancing around my pantry again, said, "If you wish, Mr. Stevens, I might bring in some more cuttings for you." "Miss Kenton, I appreciate your kindness, but this is not a room of entertainment. I'm happy to have distractions kept to a minimum." "But surely, Mr. Stevens, there's no need to keep your room so stark and bereft of color. It has served me perfectly well this far as it is, Miss Kenton, though I appreciate your thoughts. In fact, since you are here, there's a certain matter I wish to raise with you." "Oh, really, Mr. Stevens?" "Yes, Miss Kenton. Just a small matter. I happened to be walking past the kitchen yesterday, and I heard you calling to someone named Williams." "Is that so, Mr. Stevens?" "Indeed, Mr. Kenton. I did hear you call several times for William. May I ask who is it you were addressing by that name?" "Why, Mr. Stevens, I should think I was addressing your father. There were no other Williams in this house, I take it." "It is an easy enough error to have made," I said with a small smile. "May I ask you, in the future, Miss Kenton, to address my father as Mr. Stevens? If you're referring him to a third party, you may wish to call him Mr. Stevens Senior, to distinguish him from myself. I am most grateful, Miss Kenton." With that, I turned back to my papers, but to my surprise, Miss Kenton did not take her leave. "Excuse me, Mr. Stevens," she said after a moment. "Yes, Miss Kenton?" "I am afraid I'm not quite clear what you are saying. I have in the past been accustomed to addressing under servants by their Christian names, and saw no reasons to do otherwise in this house." "A most understandable error, Miss Kenton. However, if you will consider the situation for a moment, you may come to see the inappropriateness of someone as yourself talking down to one such as my father." "I'm still not clear what you're getting at, Mr. Stevens. You say someone such as myself, but I am, as far as I understand, the housekeeper of this house, and while your father is the under butler." "He is, of course, in the title of under butler, as you say, but I am surprised your powers of observation have not already made it clear to you that he is in reality more than that, a great deal more." No doubt I have been extremely unobservant, Mr. Stevens, but I had only observed that your father was an able under butler, and addressed him accordingly. It must indeed have been most galling for him to be so addressed by one such as I. Miss Kenton, it is clear from your tone you simply have not observed my father. If you have done so, the appropriateness of someone your age and standing addressing him as William should have been self-evident to you. Mr. Stevens, I may not have been a housekeeper for long, but I would say that in the time I have been, my abilities have attracted some very generous remarks. I do not doubt your competence for one moment, Miss Kenton. But 100 things should have indicated to you that my father is a figure of an unusual distinction from whom you may learn a wealth of things you are prepared to be more observant. I am most indebted to you for your advice, Mr. Stevens, so please tell me, just what marvelous things might I learn from observing your father? I would have thought it's obvious with anyone with eyes, Miss Kenton. But since we have already established, have we not, that I am particularly deficient in that respect? Miss Kenton, if you are under the impression you have already at your age perfected yourself, you will never rise to the heights you are no doubt capable of. I might point out, for instance, you are still often unsure of what goes where and which item is which. This seems to take the wind out of Miss Kenton's sails somewhat. Indeed, for a moment she looked a little upset. Then she said, I had a little difficulty on first arriving, but that is surely only normal. Ah, there you are, Miss Kenton. If you had observed my father arrive in this house a week after you did, you will have seen that his house knowledge is perfect, and was so almost from the time he set foot in Darlington Hall. Miss Kenton seemed to think that about this before saying something sulkily. I'm sure Mr. Stevens Senior is very good at his job, but I assure you, Mr. Stevens, I am very good at mine. I will remember to address your father by his full title in the future. Now, if you would excuse me. After this encounter, Miss Kenton did not attempt to introduce further flowers into my pantry, or in general, I was pleased to observe. She went on about settling in impressively. It was clear, furthermore, she was a housekeeper who took her work very seriously, and in spite of her youth, she seemed to have no difficulty gaining respect of her staff. I noticed too that she was indeed proceeding to address my father as Mr. Stevens. However, one afternoon, perhaps 2 weeks after our conversation in my pantry, I was doing something in the library when Miss Kenton came in and said, Excuse me, Mr. Stevens, but if you are reaching for your dustpan, it is out in the hall. I beg your pardon, Miss Kenton? Your dustpans, Mr. Stevens. You have left it out here. Shall I bring it to you? Miss Kenton, I have not been using a dustpan. Well, then forgive me, Mr. Stevens. I naturally assumed you were using your dustpan and had left it out in the hall. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. She started to leave, and then turn at the doorway and say, Oh, Mr. Stevens, I would return it myself, but I have to go upstairs. I have to go upstairs just now. I wonder if you will remember it? Of course, Miss Kenton. Thank you for drawing attention to it. It is quite all right, Mr. Stevens. I listened to her footsteps across the hall and started up the great stairs, then proceeded to the doorway myself. From the library doors, one has an unbroken view right across the entrance hall to the main doors of the house. Most conspicuously, in virtually central of the otherwise empty and highly polished floor, lay the dustpan Miss Kenton had alluded to. It struck me as trivial, but irritating error. The dustpan would have been conspicuous not only from the 5th ground floor doorway opening on to the hall, but also from the staircase on the 1st floor balconies across the hall, and had actually picked up the offending item before realizing its full implication. My father I recalled, had been brushing the entrance hall a half hour or so ago. At first, I found it hard to credit such an error to my father, but soon I am reminded to myself such trivial slips are liable to befall anyone from time to time. My irritation soon turned to Miss Kenton for attempting to create an unwarranted fuss over the incident. Then, not more than a week later, I was coming down the back corridor from the kitchen when Miss Kenton came out of her parlor and uttered a statement she had clearly been rehearsing. This was something of the effect as that, although she felt uncomfortable drawing my attention to the errors made by my staff, she and I had to work as a team, and she hoped I would not feel inhibited to do similarly should I notice errors made by her female staff. She then went on to point out that several pieces of silver had been laid out for the dining room which bore clear remains of polish. The end of one fork was practically black. I thanked her and she withdrew back into her parlor. It had been unnecessary, of course, for her to mention that the silver was one of my father's main responsibilities and one he took great pride in. It is very possible that there were numbers of other instances of this sort which I have now forgotten. In any case, I recall things reaching something of a climax of a one grey and drizzly afternoon when I was in the billiard room attending to Lord Darlington's sporting trophies. Miss Kenton had entered and said from the door, "Mr. Stevens, I have just noticed something outside which puzzles me." "What is that, Miss Kenton?" "Was it his lordship's wish that the Chinaman on the upstairs landing should be exchanged with the one outside this door?" "The Chinaman, Miss Kenton?" "Yes, Mr. Stevens. The Chinamen normally on the landing you will now find outside this door." "I fear, Miss Kenton, that you are a little confused." "I do not believe I am confused at all, Mr. Stevens. I make it my business to acquaint myself with where objects properly belong in the house. The Chinamen, I suppose, were polished by someone and then replaced incorrectly. If you are skeptical, Mr. Stevens, perhaps you will care to step out here and observe it yourself." "Miss Kenton, I am occupied at the present." "But, Mr. Stevens, you do not appear to believe that I am to believe what I am saying. I am thus asking to step outside this door and see it for yourself." "Miss Kenton, I am busy just now, and will attend to the matter shortly. It is hardly one of urgency." "You accept then, Mr. Stevens, that I am not in the error of this point?" "I will accept nothing of that sort, Miss Kenton, until I have had the chance to deal with the matter. However, I am occupied at the present." I turned my back to my business, but Miss Kenton remained in the doorway observing me. Eventually she said, "I can see you will be finished very shortly, Mr. Stevens. I will await you outside so that this matter may be finalized when you come outside." But Miss Kenton had this "Miss Kenton, I believe you are according this matter an urgency it hardly merits." But Miss Kenton had departed, and sure enough, as I continued with my work, an occasional footstep or some other sound would serve to remind me she was still there outside the door. I decided, therefore, to occupy myself with some further task in the billiard room, assuming she would, after a while, see the ludicrousness of her position and leave. However, after some time had passed, and I had exhausted the task which could usefully be achieved with the implements I happened to have at hand, Miss Kenton was evidently still outside. Resolved not to waste any further time on account of this childish affair, I contemplated departure via the French windows. A drawback to this plan was the weather. That is to say, several large puddles and patches of mud were in evidence, and the fact that one would need to return to the billiard room again at some point to bolt the French window from the inside. Eventually, I decided the best strategy was simply to stride out of the room very suddenly at a furious pace. I thus made my way as quietly as possible to a position which I could execute such a march, and clutching my implements firmly about me, I succeeded in propelling myself through the doorway and several paces down the corridor before a somewhat astonished Miss Kenton could recover her wits. This time she did, however, rather rapidly, and next moment I found her overtaken me and was standing before me, effectively barring my way. Mr. Stevens, this is the correct Chinaman. Would you not agree? Miss Kenton, I am very busy. I am surprised you have nothing better to do than to stand in corridors all day. Mr. Stevens, is this the right Chinaman or is it not? Miss Kenton, I would ask you to keep your voice down. And I would ask you, Mr. Stevens, to turn around and look at that Chinaman. Miss Kenton, please keep your voice down. What would employees think if to hear us shouting at the top of our voices about what is and what is not the correct Chinaman? The fact is, Mr. Stevens, all the Chinamen in this house have been dirty for some time, and now they are in incorrect positions. Miss Kenton, you are being quite ridiculous. Now, if you would be so good as to let me pass. Mr. Stevens, will you kindly look at the Chinaman behind you? If it's so important to you, Miss Kenton, I will allow the Chinaman behind me may well be incorrectly situated. But I must say, I am at loss as to why you should be so concerned with these most trivial of errors. These errors may be trivial in themselves, Mr. Stevens, but you must yourself realize their larger insignificance. Miss Kenton, I do not understand you. Now, if you would kindly allow me to pass. The fact is, Mr. Stevens, your father is entrusted with far more than a man of his age can cope with. Miss Kenton, you clearly have little idea of what you are suggesting. Whatever your father once was, Mr. Stevens, his powers are now greatly diminished. This is what these trivial errors, as you call them, really signifies, and if you do not heed them, it will not be long before your father commits an error of major proportions. Miss Kenton, you are merely making yourself look foolish. I'm sorry, Mr. Stevens, but I must go on. I believe there are as many duties your father should now be relieved of. He should not, for one, be asked to go on carrying heavily laden trays. The way his hand trembles as he carries them into the dinner is nothing short of alarming. It is surely only a matter of time before the tray falls from his hand onto a lady or a gentleman's lap. And furthermore, Mr. Stevens, and I am very sorry to say this, I have noticed your father's nose. Have you indeed, Miss Kenton? I regret to say I have, Mr. Stevens. This evening, before I last watched your father proceeding very slowly towards the dining with his tray, I am afraid I observed clearly a large drop on the end of his nose, dangling over the soup bowls. I would not have thought such a style of waiting a great stimulant to appetite. But now that I think further about it, I'm not sure Miss Kenton spoke quite so boldly that day. We did, of course, over the years of working closely together, come to have some very frank exchanges, but the afternoon I'm recalling was still early in our relationship, and I cannot see Miss Kenton having been so forward. I'm not sure she could actually have gone so far as to say things like these errors may be trivial themselves, but you must realize their larger significance. In fact, now that I think about it, I have a feeling that it may be Lord Darlington himself who have made that particular remark to me that time he called me into his study some 2 months after that exchange with Miss Kenton outside the billiard room. By that time, the situation as regard my father had changed significantly following his fall. The study doors are those that face one as one comes down the great staircase. There is outside the study today a glass cabinet displaying various of Mr. Faraday's ornaments, but throughout Throughout Lord Darlington's days, there stood at that spot a bookshelf containing many volumes of encyclopedia, including a complete set of Britannica. Thank you, Arum. It was a ploy of Lord Darlington's to stand at this shelf studying the spines of the encyclopedias as I came down the staircase, and sometimes, to increase the effect of an accidental meeting, he would actually pull out volume and pretend to be engrossed as I completed my descent. Then, as I passed him, he would say, "Oh, Stevens, there was something I meant to say to you," and with that he would wander back into his study, to all appearances still thoroughly engrossed in the volume held in his hand. It was invariably embarrassment at what he was about to impart, which made Lord Darlington adopt such an approach, and even once the study door was closed behind us, he would often stand by the window and make a show of consulting the encyclopedia throughout our conversation. What I am now describing incidentally is one of many instances I could relate to you to underline Lord Darlington's essentially shy and modest nature. A great deal of nonsense has been spoken and written in recent years concerning his lordship and the prominent role he came to play in great affairs, and some utterly ignorant reports have had it that he was motivated by egotism and else arrogance. Let me say here that nothing could be further from the truth. It was completely contrary to Lord Darlington's nature tendencies to take such public stances as he came to do, and I can say with conviction that his lordship was persuaded to overcome his more retiring side only through a deep sense of moral duty. Whatever may be said about his lordship these days, and the great majority of it is, as I say, utter nonsense, I can declare that he was a truly good man at heart, and a gentleman through and through, and one I am proud to have given my best years of service to. On the particular afternoon to which I am referring, his lordship would still have been in his mid-50s, but as I recall, his hair had greyed entirely, and his tall slender figure already bore signs of the stoop that was to become so pronounced in his last years. He barely glanced up from his volume as he asked, Your father feeling better now, Stevens?" "I'm glad to say he has made full recovery, sir." "Jolly pleased to hear that. Jolly pleased." "Thank you, sir. Look here, Stevens. Have there been any, signs at all? I mean, signs to tell us your father may be wishing his burden lightened somewhat, apart from this business of him falling, I mean." "As I say, sir, my father appears to have made a full recovery, and I believe he is still a person of considerable dependability. It is true, one or two errors may have been noticeable recently in the discharging of his duties, but they are, in every case, very trivial in nature. But none of us wish to see anything of the sort happen ever again, do we? I mean your father collapsing and all that." "Indeed not, sir. And of course, it can't happen out on the lawn. It could happen anywhere, at any time." "Yes, sir. It could happen, say, during dinner while your father was waiting at table." "It is possible, sir. Look here, Stevens. The first of the delegates will be arriving here in less than a fortnight. We are well prepared, sir. What happens within this house after that may have considerable repercussions. Yes, sir. I mean considerable repercussions on the whole course Europe is taking. In view of the persons who will be present, I do not think I exaggerate. No, sir. Hardly the time for us to be taking on avoidable hazards. Indeed not, sir. Look here, Stevens, there's no question of your father leaving us. You are simply being asked to reconsider his duties, and it was then, I believe, that his lordship said as he looked down once again into his volume and awkwardly fingered an entry, "These errors
may be trivial in themselves, Stevens, but you must yourself realize their larger significance. Your father's days of dependability are now passing. He must not be asked to perform tasks in any area where an error might jeopardize the success of our forthcoming conference. Indeed not, sir. I fully understand. Good. I'll leave you think I'll leave you to think about it then, Stevens. Lord Darlington, I should say, had actually witnessed my father's fall a week or so earlier. His lordship had been entertaining two guests, a young lady and a gentleman, in the summer house, and had watched my father approach across the lawn bearing a much welcome tray of refreshments. The lawn climbed sloped several yards in front of the summer house, and in those days, as today, 4 flagstones embedded into the grass served as steps by which to negotiate this climb. It was the vicinity of these steps that my father fell, scattering load of his tray, teapot, cups, saucers, sandwiches, cakes across the area of the grass at the top of the steps. By the time I had received the alarm and had gone out, his lordship and his guest had laid my father on his side, a cushion and a rug from the summer house serving as pillow and blanket. My father was unconscious, and his face looked oddly grey colour. Dr. Meredith had already been sent out, but his lordship was of the view that my father should be moved out of the sun before the doctor's arrival. Consequently, a bath chair arrived. With not a little difficulty, my father was transported into the house. By the time Dr. Meredith arrived, he had revived considerably, and the doctor soon left again, making only vague statements to the effect that my father had perhaps been overworking. The whole episode was clearly a great embarrassment to my father, and by the time of the conversation in Lord Darlington's study, he had long since returned to busying himself as much as ever. The question of how one could approach the topic of reducing his responsibilities was not then an easy one. My difficulty was further compounded by the fact that for some years my father and I had tended, for some reason I have never really fathomed, to converse less and less. So much so that after his arrival at Darlington Hall, even the brief exchange necessary to communicate information relating to work took place in an atmosphere of mutual embarrassment. In the end, I judged the best option to be talked in the privacy of his room, thus giving him the opportunity to ponder his new situation in solitude once I took my leave. The only time my father could be found in his room were first thing in the morning and last thing at night. Choosing the former, I climbed up to his small attic room at the top of his servant's wing early one morning and knocked gently. I had rarely had reason to enter my father's room prior to this occasion, and I was nearly struck by the smallness and starkness of it. Indeed, I recall my impression at the time was having stepped into a prison cell. But then this might have had as much to do with the pale early light as with the size of the room or the bareness of the wall, for my father had opened his curtains and was sitting, shaved and in full uniform, on the edge of his bed, from where he evidently had been watching the sky turn to dawn. At least one assumed he had been watching the sky, there being little else to view from the small room other than roof tiles and guttering. The oil lamp beside his bed had been extinguished, and when I saw my father glance disapprovingly at the lamp I brought to guide me up the rickety staircase, I quickly lowered the wick. Having done this, I noticed that all the more the effect of the pale light coming into the room, the way it lit up the edges of my father's craggy, lined, still awesome features. "Ah," I said, and gave a short laugh. "I might have known father would have been up and ready for the day." "I've been up for the past 3 hours," he said, looking at me up and down rather coldly. "I hope father is not being kept awake by his arthritic troubles." "I get all the sleep I need." My father reached forward to the only chair in the room, a small wooden one, and placing both hands on its back, brought himself to his feet. When I saw him stood upright before me. I could not be sure to what extent he was hunched over to into infirmity, and what extent due to the habit of accommodating steeply sloped ceilings of the room. I have come to relate something to you, father. Then relate it briefly and concisely. I haven't all morning to listen to you chatter. And in that case, father, I will come straight to the point. Come straight to the point and be done with it. Some of us have work to be getting on with. Very well. Since you wish me to be brief, I will do my best to comply. The fact is, father has become increasingly infirm. So much so that even the duties of an under butler are now beyond his capabilities. His lordship is of this view, as indeed I am myself, that while father is allowed to continue with his present round of duties, he represents an over-present threat to the smooth running of the household, and in particular to next week's important international gathering. My father's face in the half-light betraying no emotion whatsoever. Principally, I continued, it has been felt that father should no longer be asked to wait at table, whether or not guests are present. I have waited at table every day for the last 54 years, my father remarked, his voice perfectly unhurried. Furthermore, it has been decided that father should not carry laden trays of any sort for even the shortest distance. In view of these limitations, and knowing father's esteem of conciseness, I have listed here the revised round of duties he will, from now on, be expected to perform. I felt disinclined actually to hand him the piece of paper I was holding, so I put it down on the end of his bed. My father glanced at it, then returned his gaze to me. There was no trace of emotion discernible in his expression, and his hands on the back of the chair appeared perfectly relaxed. Hunched over or not, it was impossible not to be reminded the sheer impact of his physical presence, the very same that had once reduced true drunken gentlemen to sobriety in the back of a car. Eventually he said, I only fell that time because of those steps. They are crooked. Seamus should be told to put those right before someone else does the same thing. Indeed, in any case, may I be assured father will study that sheet? Seamus should be told to put up those steps right, certainly before those gentlemen starts arriving from Europe. Indeed. Well, father, good morning. That summer evening referred to by Miss Kenton in her letter came very soon after the encounter. Indeed, it may have been the evening of the same day. I cannot remember just what purpose that has taken me up on the top of the floor of the house to where the row of guest bedrooms lie in the corridor, but as I think I have said already, I can recall vividly the way the last of the daylight was coming through each open doorway and falling across the corridor in the orange shafts. As I walked on those unused bedrooms, Miss Kenton's figure, a silhouette against a window within one of them, had called to me. When one thinks about it, when one remembers the way Miss Kenton had repeatedly spoken to me of my father's during those early days of her time in Darlington Hall, it is little wonder that the memory of that evening should have stayed with her all those years. No doubt, she was feeling a certain sense of guilt as the two of us watched from our window my father's figure down below. The shadow of the poplar trees had fallen across much of the lawn, and the sun was setting light up the far corner where the grass sloped up to the summer house. My father could be seen standing by those 4 stone steps, deep in thought. A breeze was slightly disturbing his hair. Then, as we watched, he walked very slowly up the steps. At the top, he turned and came back down a little faster. Turning once more, my father became still again for several seconds, contemplating the steps before him. Eventually, he climbed them on a second time, very deliberately. This time, he continued on across the grass until he had almost reached the summer house, then turned and came walking slowly back, his eyes never leaving the ground. In fact, I can describe his manner at that moment no better than the way Miss Kenton puts it in her letter. It was indeed as though he hoped to find some precious jewel he had dropped there. But I see I am becoming preoccupied with these memories, and this is perhaps a little foolish. This present trip represents, after all, a rare opportunity for me to savor to the full the many splendors of the English countryside, and I know I shall greatly regret it if I allow myself to become unduly diverted. In fact, I notice I have yet to record myself anything of my journey to this city, aside from mentioning briefly that the halt at the hillside road at the very start of it. This is an omission indeed, given how much I enjoyed yesterday's motoring. I had planned the journey from here to Salisbury with considerable care, avoiding almost entirely the major roads. The route might have seemed unnecessarily circuitous to some, but then it was one that enabled me to take in a fair number of sights recommended by Mrs. J. Simons in her excellent volumes. And I must say I was well pleased by it, for much of the time it took me through the farmland amidst the pleasant aroma of meadows. And often I found myself slowing the fort to a crawl to better appreciate the stream or valley I was passing by. But as I recall, I did not actually disembark again until I was quite near Salisbury. On that occasion, I was moving down a long straight road with wide meadows on either side of me. In fact, the land had become very open and flat at that point, enabling one to see a considerable distance in all directions, and the spire of the Salisbury Cathedral had become visible on the skyline up ahead. A tranquil mood had come over me, and for this reason I believe I was again motoring very slowly, probably at no more than 15 miles per hour. This was just as well, for I saw only just in time a hand crossing my path in the most leisurely manner. I brought the fort to a halt only a foot or two from the fowl, and which in turn ceased its journey, pausing there in the road in front of me. When after a moment it had not moved, I resorted the car horn, but this had no effect other than to make the creature commence picking at something on the ground. Rather exasperately, I began to get out and had one foot on the running board when I heard a woman's voice call, "Oh, I do beg your pardon, sir." Glancing around, I saw I had just passed on the roadside a farm cottage from which a young woman in an apron, her attention no doubt aroused by the horn, had come running. Passing me, she swooped up the hand in her arm and proceeded to cradle it as she apologized to me again. When I assured her no harm had been done, she said, "I do thank you for stopping and not running poor Nellie over. She's a good girl. Provide us with the largest eggs you ever seen. It's so good of you to stop, and you were probably in a hurry too." "Oh, I'm not in a hurry at all," I said with a smile. "For the first time in many years, I'm able to take my time, and I must say it's rather an enjoyable experience. I'm just motoring for the pleasure of it, you see." "Oh, that's nice. And you're on your way to Salisbury, I expect." "I am indeed. In fact, that's the cathedral we can see over there, isn't it? I'm told it's a splendid building." "Oh, it is, sir. It's very nice. Well, to tell you the truth, I hardly go to Salisbury myself, so I couldn't really say what it's like at the close quarters. But I tell you, sir, day in, day out, we have a view of the steeple from here. Some days it's too misty, and it's like it's vanished altogether. But you can see for yourself on a fine day like this. It's a nice sight." "Delightful." "I'm so grateful you didn't run our Nellie over, sir. 3 years ago, a tortoise of ours got killed like that, and on just about this very spot. We were all very upset over that." "How very tragic," I said somberly. "Oh, it was, some people say we farm people get used to animals being hurt or killed, but that's just not true. My little boy cried for days. It's so good you stopped for Nellie, sir. If you would care to come in for a cup of tea, now that you have got out and everything, you would be most welcome. It would set you on your way." "That's most kind, but really I feel I should continue. I would like to reach Salisbury in a good time to take a look at the city's many charms." "Indeed, sir. Well, thank you again." I set off again, maintaining for some reason, perhaps because I expected further farm creatures to wander across my path, my slow speed as of before. I must say, something about this small encounter had put me in a very good spirits. The simple kindness I had been thanked for and the simple kindness I had been offered in return caused me somehow to feel exceedingly uplifted about the whole enterprise facing me over these coming days. It was in such a mood then that I proceeded here to Salisbury. But I feel I should return just a moment to the matter of my father, for it strikes me I may have given the impression earlier that I had treated him rather bluntly over his declining abilities. The fact is, there was little choice to make but to approach the matter as I did, as I'm sure you will agree once I explain the full context of those days. That is to say, the important international conference to take place at Darlington Hall was by then looming ahead of us, leaving little room for indulgence or beating about the bush. It is important to be reminded, moreover, that although Darlington Hall was to witness many more events of equal gravity over the 15 or so years that followed, the conference of March 1923 was the first of them. One supposes, relatively inexperienced and inclined to leave a little to chance. In fact, I often look back at that conference and for more than one reason regard it as a turning point in my life. For one thing, I suppose I do regard it was the moment in my career when I truly came of age as a butler. That is not to say I consider myself necessarily a great butler. It is hardly for me, in any case, to make judgment of this sort. But should it be that anyone ever wished to posit that I have attained at least a little of that crucial quality of dignity in the course of my career, such a person may wish to be directed towards the conference of March 1923 as representing moment when I demonstrate that I might have a capacity of such a quality. It was one of those events which at a crucial stage in one's development arrive to challenge, stretch one to the limit of one's ability and beyond, so that thereafter one has new standards by which to judge oneself. The conference was also memorable, of course, for other quite separate reasons, as I would like now to explain. The conference of 1923 was a culmination of a long planning on the part of Lord Darlington. Indeed, in retrospect, one can see clearly how his lordship had been moving towards this point from 3 years or so prior. As I recall, he had not been initially so preoccupied with the peace treaty when it comes to drawn up at the end of the Great War. And I think it is fair to say that his interest was prompted not so long by the analysis of the treaty, but by his friendship with Herr Karl-Heinz Bremen. Herr Bremen first visited Darlington Hall very shortly after the war, while still in his officer's uniform. It was evident to any observer. Oh, nice to meet you. Oh, Cardinal is here too. I didn't see you. Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I didn't even see Cardinal though then. and it was evident to any observer that he and Lord Darlington had struck up a close friendship. This did not surprise me, since one could see at a glance that Herr Bremen was a gentleman of great decency. He returned again, having left the German army at fairly regular intervals during the following 2 years, and one could not help noticing with some alarm the deterioration he underwent from one visit to the other. His clothes became increasingly impoverished, his frame thinner, and a hunted look appeared in his eyes, and on his last visits he would spend long periods staring into space, oblivious of his lordship's presence, or sometimes even of having been addressed. I would have concluded Herr Bremen was suffering from some serious illness, but for certain remarks his lordship made at the time assuring me that this was not so. It must have been towards the end of 1920 that Lord Darlington made the first number of trips to Berlin himself, and I can remember the profound effect it had on him. A heavy air of preoccupation hung over him for days after his return, and I recall once, in reply to my inquiring how he had enjoyed his trip, his remarking, "Disturbing, Stevens, deeply disturbing. It does us great discredit to treat a defeated foe like this, a complete break with the tradition of this country." But there is another memory that remained with me very vividly in the relation of this matter. Today, the old banqueting hall no longer contains a table and that spacious room, with its high and magnificent ceiling, served Mr. Faraday well as a sort of gallery, but in his lordship's day that room was regularly required, as was the long table that occupied it, to seat 30 or more guests for dinner. In fact, the banqueting hall is so spacious that when necessity demanded it, further tables were added to the existing one to enable almost 50 to be seated. On normal days, of course, Lord Darlington took his meal, as does Mr. Faraday today, in the more intimate atmosphere of the dining room, which is ideal for accommodating up to a dozen. But on the particular winter's night I am recollecting, the dining room was for some reason out of use, and Mr. Darlington was dining with a solitary guest. I believe it was Sir Richard Fox, a colleague from his lordship's foreign office days. In the vastness of the banqueting hall, you will no doubt agree that the hardest of the situation as regard dinner waiting is when there were just 2 diners present. I would myself much prefer to wait in just one diner, even if he were a total stranger. It is when there were 2 diners present, even when one of them is one's employer, that one finds it most difficult to achieve that balance between attentiveness and the illusion of absence is essential to good waiting. It is in this situation that one is rarely free of the suspicion that one's presence is inhibiting the conversation. My God. We still have a bit more to go. On that occasion, much of the room was in darkness, and the 2 gentlemen were sitting side by side midway down the table, it being much too broad to allow them to sit facing one another. Within the pool of light cast by the candles on the tables, the crackling hearth opposite, I decided to minimize my presence by standing in the shadows much further away from the table I might usually have done. Of course, this strategy had a distinct disadvantage in that each time I moved towards the light to serve the gentleman, my advancing footstep would echo long and loud before I reached the table, drawing attention to my impending arrival to the most ostentatious matter. But I did have the great merit of making my person only partially visible while I remained stationary, and it was as I was standing like that, in the shadow of some distance from where the two gentlemen sat amidst the rows of empty chairs, that I heard Lord Darlington talk about Herr Bremen. His voice was as calm and gentle as usual, somehow resounding the intensity around those great walls. He was my enemy, he was saying, but he always behaved like a gentleman. We treated each other decently over 6 months of shelling each other. He was a gentleman doing his job, and I bore him no malice. Malice. I said to him, "Look here, we are enemies now, and I'll fight you with all I've got. But when the wretched business is over, we shan't have to be enemies any more, and we'll have a drink together. Wretched thing is, this treaty is making a liar out of me. I mean to say, I told him we shouldn't be enemies once it was all over. But how can I look at him in the face and tell him that's turned out to be true?" And it was a little later the same night that his lordship said, with some gravity, shaking his head, "I have fought the war to preserve justice in this world. As far as I understood, I wasn't taking part in a vendetta against the German race." And when today one hears about his lordship, and one hears the sort of foolish speculations concerning his motives, as one does all too frequently these days, I am pleased to recall the memory of that moment as he spoke those heartfelt words in the near-empty banqueting hall. Whatever complications arose in his lordship's course over the subsequent years, I, for one, will never doubt that a desire to see justice in this world lay in the heart of his actions. It was not long after that evening there came the sad news that Herr Bremen had shot himself in a train between Hamburg and Berlin. Naturally, his lordship was greatly distressed, and immediately made plans to dispatch funds and commiserations to Frau Herr Bremen. However, after several days of endeavour, in which I myself did my best to assist, his lordship was not able to discover the whereabouts of any Herr Bremen's family. He had, it seems, been homeless for some time, and his family dispersed. It is believed that even without this tragic news, Lord Darlington would have set upon this course he took. His desire to see an end to injustice and suffering was too deeply ingrained in his nature for him to have done otherwise. As it was, in the weeks that followed Herr Bremen's death, his lordship began to devote more and more hours to the matter of the crisis in Germany. Powerful and famous gentlemen from regular visits to his house, including, I remember, the figures of such Lord Daniels, Mr. John Maynard Keynes, and Mr. H. G. Wells, the renowned author, as well as others who, because they came off the record, I should not name here, and they and his lordship were often to be found locked in discussions for hours on end. Some of the visitors are in fact so off the record that I was instructed to make sure that the staff did not learn their identities, or in some cases even glimpsed them. However, and I can say this with some pride and gratitude, Lord Darlington never made any efforts to conceal things from my own eyes and ears. I can recall on numerous occasions some personage breaking off in the mid-sentence to glance warily towards my person, only for his lordship to say, "Oh, that's all right. You can say anything in front of Stevens, I can assure you." Steadily, over the 2 years or so following Herr Bremen's death, his lordship, together with Sir David Cardinal, who became his closest ally during the time, succeeded in gathering together a broad alliance of figures who shared the conviction that the situation in Germany should not be allowed to persist. These were not only Britons and Germans, but Belgians, French, Italians, Swiss. They were diplomats and political persons of high rank, distinguished clergymen, retired military gentlemen, writers and thinkers. Some were gentlemen who felt strongly, like lordship himself, that fair play had not been done in the Versailles, and it was immoral to go on punishing a nation for a war that was now over. Others evidently showed less concern for Germany or her inhabitants, but were the opinions that the economic chaos of that country, if not halted, might spread with alarming rapidity to the country at large. By the turn of 1922, his lordship was working with clear goals in mind, that was to gather under the very roof of Darlington Hall the most influential of gentlemen whose support had been won with a view to conducting an unofficial international conference. A conference that would discuss the means by which the harshest terms of Versailles Treaty could be revised. To be worthwhile, any such conference would have to be of sufficient weight so that it could have decisive effects on the official international conference, several of which have taken place with the express purpose of reviewing the treaty, but had succeeded in producing only confusion and bitterness. Our Prime Minister at the time, Mr. Lloyd George, had called for another great conference to be held in Italy in the spring of 1922, and initially his lordship aim was to organize gathering at the Darlington Hall with a view to ensuring a satisfactory outcome of this event. For all the hard work on his and Sir David's part, however, this proved harsh a deadline, and then, with Mr. George's conference ending yet again in indecision, his lordship set his sight on further great conference scheduled to take place in Switzerland the following year. I can remember one morning around this time bringing Lord Darlington coffee in the breakfast room, and he saying to me as he folded the Times with some disgust, "Frenchman, really, I mean to say, Stevens, Frenchman." "Yes, sir. And to think we have to be seen by the world to be arm in arm with them. One wishes for a good bath at the mere reminder." "Yes, sir. The last time I was in Berlin, Stevens, Baron Overraft, old friend of my father, came up and said, 'Why do you do this to us? Don't you see we can't go on like this?' I was jolly well tempted to tell him that it was those wretched Frenchmen. It's not the English way of carrying on, I wanted to say, but I suppose one can't do things like that. Mustn't speak ill of our dear allies." But the very fact that the French were the most intransigent as regard releasing Germany from the cruelties of Versailles Treaty made all the more imperative the need to bring the gathering of Darlington Hall at least one French gentleman with unambiguous influence over his country's foreign policy. Indeed, I heard several times his lordship express the view that without the participation of such a personage, any discussion of the topic of Germany would be little more than an indulgence. He and Sir David accordingly set upon this final crucial lap of their preparation, and to witness the unswerving determination with which they persevered in the face of repeated frustrations was a humbling experience. Countless letters and telegrams were dispatched, and his lordship himself had made 3 separate trips to Paris within the space of 2 months. Finally, having secured the agreement of a certain illustrious Frenchman, I will merely call him Monsieur Dupont, to attend the gathering on a very strict off-the-record basis. The date of the conference was set, that is to say, for the memorable March of 1928. As this date grew nearer, the pressure on myself, though of an altogether more humble nature than those mounting on his lordship, were nevertheless not inconsequential. I was too aware of the possibility that if any guest were to find his stay at Darlington Hall less than comfortable, this might have repercussions of unimaginable largeness. Moreover, my planning for the event was complicated by the uncertainty as to the numbers involved. In conference being of a very high level, the participants had been limited to just 18 very distinguished gentlemen and 2 ladies, a German countess, and the formidable Mrs. Eleanor Austen, at the time still resident in Berlin. But each of these might reasonably bring secretaries, valet, interpreters, and there proved no way to ascertaining the precise number of such persons to expect. Furthermore, it became clear that a number of parties would be arriving some time before 3 days set aside for the conference, thus giving themselves time to prepare their ground, gauge the mood of the fellow guests, though their exact arrival dates were again uncertain. It was clear then that the staff would not only have to work extremely hard and be at their most alert, they would also have to be unusually flexible. In fact, I was for some time of the opinion that this huge challenge ahead of us could not be surmounted without my bringing in additional staff from outside. However, this option, quite aside from the misgivings of his lordship, was bound to have, as regards gossiping, entailing my having to rely on unknown quantities just when a mistake could prove most costly. I thus set about preparing for the days ahead. I imagine a general might prepare for a battle, a device of utmost care, a special staff anticipating all sorts of eventualities. I analyzed where our weakest point lay and set about making contingency plans to fall back upon in the events of these points giving way. I even gave the staff a military-style pep talk, impressing upon them that for all their having to work at an exhausting rate, they could feel great pride in discharging the duties over the days that lay ahead. History could well be made under this roof, I told them, and they, knowing me not to be one prone to exaggerated statements, well understood that something of an extraordinary nature was impending. You will understand then something of the climate prevailing around Darlington Hall by the time of my father's fall in front of the summer house, this occurring as it did just 2 weeks before the first of the conference guests were likely to arrive. And what I mean when I say there was little room for any beating around the bush, my father did in any case rapidly discover a way to circumvent the limitation of his effectiveness implied by the stricture that he should carry no laden trays. The sight of his figure pushing a trolley loaded with cleaning utensils, mops, brushes arranged incongruously, though always tidily, around teapots, cups, and saucers, so that it at times resembled a street hawker's barrel, become a familiar one around the house. Obviously, he still could not avoid relinquishing his waiting duties in the dining room, but otherwise the trolley enabled him to accomplish a surprising amount. In fact, as the great challenge of the conference drew nearer, an astonishing change seemed to come over my father. It was almost as though some supernatural force possessed him, causing him to shed 20 years. His face lost much of his sunken look of recent time, and he went about his work with such youthful vigor that a stranger might have believed that there was not one but several such figures pushing trolleys about the corridors of the Darlington Hall. As for Miss Kenton, I remember the mounting tension of those days having noticeable effect on her. I recall, for instance, the occasion around the time I happened to encounter her in the back corridor. The back corridor, which served as the sort of backbone to the staff quarters in the Darlington Hall, was always a rather cheerless affair due to the lack of daylight penetrating its considerable length. Even on a fine day, the corridor could be so dark that the effect like walking through tunnel. On the particular occasion, had I not recognized Miss Kenton's footsteps on the floorboards as she came towards me, I would have been able to identify her only from her outline. I paused at one of those few spots where a bright streak of light fell across the board, and as she approached, said, "Ah, Miss Kenton." "Yes, Mr. Stevens?" "Miss Kenton, I wonder if I may if I may draw your attention to the fact that the bed linen for the upper floor will need to be ready by the day after tomorrow. The matter is perfectly under control, Mr. Stevens. I'm glad to hear it. It just struck me as a thought, that's all. I was about to continue on my way, Miss Kenton, but Miss Kenton did not move. She took one step forward toward me so that the bar of light fell across her face and I could see an angry expression on it. Unfortunately, Mrs. Stevens, I am extremely busy right now and I'm finding I have barely a single moment to spare. If only I had as much spare time as you evidently do, then I would happily reciprocate by wandering about the house reminding you of tasks you have perfectly well in hand. Now, Miss Kenton, there is no need to become so bad-tempered. I merely felt the need to satisfy myself that it had not escaped your attention. Mr. Stevens, this is the 4th or 5th time in the past 2 days you felt such a need. It is most curious to see that you have so much time on your hands that you are able to simply wander about the house bothering others with gratuitous comments. Miss Kenton, if you for one moment believe I have time on my hands that display more clearly than ever your great inexperience, I trust that in years to come you will gain a clearer picture of what occurs in a house like this. You are perpetually talking about my great inexperience, Mr. Stevens, and yet you appear quite unable to point out any defect in my work. Otherwise, I have no doubt you would have done so long ago and at some length. Now, I have much to be getting on with and I would appreciate your not following me about and interrupting me like this. If you have so much time to spare, I suggest it might be more profitably spent taking some fresh air. She stamped past me and go on to the corridor. Deciding it best to let the matter go no further, I continued on my way. I had almost reached the kitchen doorway when I heard the furious sounds of her footsteps coming back towards me again. In fact, Mr. Stevens, she called, I would ask you from now on not to speak to me directly at all. Miss Kenton, whatever are you talking about? If it's necessary to convey a message, I would ask you to do so through a messenger, or else you may let you write a note and have it sent to me. Our working relationship, I am sure, would be made a great deal easier. Miss Kenton, I am extremely busy, Mr. Stevens. A written note, if the message is at all complicated. Otherwise, you may like to speak to Martha or Dorothy or any members of the male staff you deem sufficiently trustworthy. Now, I must return to my work and leave you to your wanderings. Irritating as Miss Kenton's behavior was, I could not afford to give it much thought, for by then the first of the guests had arrived. The representatives from aboard were not expected for a further 2 or 3 days, but the 3 gentlemen referred to by his lordship as his home team, 2 Foreign Office ministers attending very much off the record, and Sir David Cardinal, had come early to prepare the ground as thoroughly as possible. As ever, little was done to conceal anything from me, and I went in and out to the various rooms in which these gentlemen sat deep in discussion, and I thus could not avoid gaining a certain impression of the general mood at this stage of proceedings. Of course, his lordship and colleagues were concerned to brief each other as accurately as possible on each of the expected participants, but overwhelmingly their concern centered on a single figure, that of Monsieur Dupont, the French gentleman, and on his likely sympathies and antipathies. Indeed, at one moment, I believe I came into the smoking room and heard one of the gentlemen saying, "The fate of Europe could actually hang on our ability to bring Dupont around on this point." It was in this midst of these preliminary discussions that his lordship entrusted me with a mission sufficiently unusual for it to have remained in my memory to this day, alongside those other more obviously unforgettable occurrences that were, to take place during the remarkable week. Lord Darlington called me into his study, and I could see at once that he was in a state of some agitation. He seated himself at his desk and, as usual, resorted to holding open a book. This time it was Who's Who, turning a page to and fro. "Oh, Stevens," he began with a false air of nonchalance, but then seemed at loss how to continue. I remained standing there, ready to relieve his discomfort at the first opportunity. His lordship went on fingering his page for a moment, leaned towards the scrutinized an entry, and said, "Stevens, I realize this is a somewhat irregular thing to ask you to do." "Sir?" "It's just that one has so much of importance on one's mind just now." "I would be very glad to be of assistance, sir." "I'm sorry to bring this up like this, Stevens. I know you must be awfully busy yourself." "Thank you for being here with me today." But I can't see how on earth to make it go away." I waited for a moment while Lord Darlington returned his attention to Who's Who. Then he said, without looking up, "You are familiar, I take it, with the facts of life." "Sir?" "The facts of life, Stevens. Birds, bees. You are familiar, aren't you?" "I'm afraid I don't quite follow you, sir." "Let me put my cards on the table, Stevens. Sir David is a very old friend, and he is invaluable in organizing the present conference. Without him, I dare say, you would not have secured Monsieur Dupont's agreement to come." "Indeed, sir." "However, Stevens, Sir David has his funny side. You may notice it yourself. He has brought his son Reginald with him to act as secretary. The point is, he's engaged to be married. This young Reginald, I mean." "Yes, sir. Sir David had been contemplating to tell his son the facts of life for the last 5 years. The young man is now 23. "Indeed, sir." "I'll get to the point, Stevens. I happen to be the young man's godfather. Accordingly, Sir David had requested that I convey to young Reginald the facts of life." "Indeed, sir. Sir David himself finds the task rather daunting and suspects he will not accomplish it before Reginald's wedding day." "Indeed, sir." "The point is, Stevens, I'm terribly busy. Sir David should know that, but he asked me nonetheless. His lordship paused and went on studying the page. "Do I understand, sir, that you wish me to convey the information to the young gentleman?" "If you don't mind, Stevens, be an awful lot of my mind. Sir David continues to ask me every couple of hours if I have done it yet." "I see, sir. It must be the most trying under the present pressures." "Of course, this is far from beyond the call of duty, sir." "I will do my best, sir. I may, however, have difficulty finding the appropriate moment to convey such information." "I'll be very grateful if you would even try, Stevens. Awfully decent of you. Look here, there's no need to make a song and dance out of it. Just convey the very basic facts and be done with it. Simple approach is the best. That's my advice, Stevens." "Yes, sir. I shall do my best." "Jolly grateful to you, Stevens. Let me know how you get on." I was, as you might imagine, a little taken aback by this request, and ordinarily the matter might have been one I would have spent some time pondering. Coming upon me as it did, however, in the midst of such busy period, I could not afford to let it preoccupy me unduly. I thus decided I should resolve it at the earliest opportunity. As I recall then, it was only an hour or so after being first entrusted with the mission that I noticed the young Mr. Cardinal alone in the library. sitting in one of those writing tables absorbed in some documents. On studying the young gentleman closely, one could, as it were, appreciate difficulty experienced by his lordship indeed, by the young gentleman's father. My employer's godson looked an earnest, scholarly young man, and one could see many fine qualities in his features, yet given the topic one wished to raise, one would have certainly preferred a light-hearted, even more frivolous sort of young gentleman. In any case, resolved to bring the whole matter to a satisfactory conclusion as quickly as possible, I proceeded further into the library and stopping a little way from Mr. Cardinal's writing desk, gave a cough. "Excuse me, sir, but I have a message to convey to you." "Oh, really?" Mr. Cardinal said eagerly, looking up from his papers. "From father?" "Yes, sir, that is effectively." "Just a minute." The young man reached down the attaché case at his feet and brought out a notebook and a pencil. "Fire away." "Fire away, Stevens." I coughed again and set my voice into an impersonal tone as I could manage. "Sir David wishes you to know, sir, that ladies and gentlemen differ in several key respects." I must gave us pause a little to form my next phrase, for Mr. Cardinal gave a sigh and said, "I'm too aware of that, Stevens. Would you mind coming to the point?" "You are aware, sir?" Father is perpetually underestimating me. I've done extensive reading and background work on this whole area. "Is that so?" "I've thought about virtually nothing else for the past month." "Really, sir? Is that the case? Perhaps my message is rather redundant." You can assure father, I'm very well briefed indeed. This attaché case," he nudged it with his foot, "is chock full of notes on every possible angle one can imagine." "Is that so, sir?" I think I've thought through every permutation the human mind is capable of. I wish you would reassure father of that." "I will, sir." Mr. Cardinal seemed to relax a little. He prodded once more his attaché case, which I felt inclined to keep my eyes averted from, and said, "I suppose you have been wondering why I never let go of this case. Well, now you know. Imagine if the wrong person opened it." "That would be most awkward, sir." "That is, of course," he said, sitting up suddenly, "unless father had come up with an entirely new factor he wants me to think about." "I cannot imagine he has, sir." "No? Nothing more on this DuPont fellow?" "I fear not, sir." I did my best not to give away anything of my exasperation on discovering that a task that I thought all but behind me was in fact still there unassaulted before me. I believe I was collecting thoughts for a renewed effort when a young gentleman suddenly rose to his feet and, clutching his attaché case to his person, said, "Well, I think I'll go and take a little fresh air. Thank you for your help, Stevens." It had been my intention to seek out a further interview with Mr. Cardinal with minimum delay, but this proved to be impossible, owing largely to the arrival that same afternoon, some 2 days earlier than expected, of Mr. Lewis, the American senator. I had been down in my pantry working through supply sheet, and when I heard somewhere above my head the unmistakable sound of motor cars pulling up in the courtyard, as I hastened to go upstairs, I happened to encounter Miss Kenton in the back corridor, the scene, of course, of our last disagreement, and it was perhaps this unhappy coincidence that encouraged her to maintain the childish behavior she adopted on the previous occasion. For when I inquired who was it that arrived, Miss Kenton continued past me, stating, "A message if it's urgent, Mr. Stevens." This was extremely annoying, but of course I had no choice but to hurry on upstairs. My recollection of Mr. Lewis is that of a gentleman of a generous dimensions with genial smile that rarely left his face. His early arrival was clearly something of an inconvenience to his lordship and his colleagues, who had reckoned on a day or two more of privacy for their preparations. However, Mr. Louis' engagingly informal manner and his statement at dinner that the United States would always stand by on the side of justice and didn't mind admitting mistakes that had been made at the Versailles seemed to do much to win the confidence of his lordship's home team. As dinner progressed, the conversation had slowly but surely returned from the topic such as the merits of Mr. Louis' native Pennsylvania back to the conference ahead, and by the time the gentlemen were alighting their cigars, some of the speculation being offered appeared to be intimate as those exchanged prior to Mr. Louis' arrival. At one point, Mr. Louis said to the company, "I agree with you, gentlemen. Our Monsieur Dupont can be really unpredictable, but let me tell you, there is one thing you can bet about him. One thing you can bet on for sure." He leaned forward and waved his cigar for emphasis. "DuPont hates Germans. He hated them before the war, and he hates them now with a depth you gentlemen here would find hard to understand." With that, Mr. Louis sat back in his chair again, the genial smile returning fully to his face. "But tell me, gentlemen," he continued, "you can hardly blame a Frenchman for hating the Germans, can you? After all, a Frenchman has good cause to do so, hasn't he?" There was a moment of slight awkwardness as Mr. Louis glances around the table. Then Lord Darlington said, "Naturally, some bitterness is inevitable. But then, of course, we English also fought the Germans long and hard. But the difference with you Englishmen," Mr. Louis said, seems to be that you don't really hate the Germans anymore. But the way the French see it, the Germans destroyed civilization here in Europe, and no punishment is too bad for them. Of course, that looks of impractical of position to us in the United States, but what puzzled me is how you English don't seem to share the view of the French. After all, like you said, Britain lost a lot in that war too." There was another awkward pause before Sir David said rather uncertainly, "We English have often had different ways of looking at things from the French, Mr. Louis." "Ah, a kind of temperamental difference, you might say." Mr. Louis' smile seemed to broaden slightly as he said this. He nodded to himself as though many things had now become clearer to him, and drew his cigar. It is possible that this is a case of hindsight coloring my memory, but I have distinct feeling that it was at that point I first sensed something odd, something duplicitous perhaps, about this apparent charming American gentleman. But if my own suspicions were aroused at the moment, Lord Darlington evidently did not share them, for after another second or two awkward silence, the lordship seemed to come to a decision. "Mr. Louis," he said, "let me put it frankly. Most of us in England find the present French attitude despicable. You may indeed call it temperamental difference, but I venture we are talking about something rather more. It is unbecoming to go on hating on an enemy like this once a conflict is over. Once you have got a man on the canvas, that ought to be the end of it. You don't then proceed to kick him. To us, the French behavior has become increasingly barbarous." This utterance seems to give Mr. Louis some satisfaction. He muttered something in sympathy and smiled with contentment at his fellow diners through the clouds of tobacco smoke by now hanging thickly across the table. The next morning brought more early arrivals, namely the two ladies from Germany who had travelled together despite what one would have imagined to have been the great contrast in their background, bringing them with a large team of ladies-in-waiting and footmen, as well as many great trunks. Then, in the afternoon, an Italian gentleman arrived accompanied by a valet, a secretary, an expert, and 2 bodyguards. I cannot imagine what sort of place this gentleman imagined he was coming to in bringing the letter. But I must say, It struck something of an odd note to see Darlington Hall with these two large silent men staring suspiciously in all directions a few yards from wherever the Italian gentleman happened to be. Incidentally, the working patterns of these bodyguards, so it transpired over the following days, entailed one or the other of them going up to sleep at unusual hours as to ensure at least one is on duty throughout the night. But when, on first hearing this arrangement, I tried to inform Miss Kenton about it, she once again refused to converse with me, and in order to accomplish matters as quickly as possible, I was actually obliged to write a note and put it under the door of her parlor. The following day brought several more guests, and with 2 days yet to go to the start of the conference, Darlington Hall was filled with people of all nationalities, talking in rooms or else standing around, apparently aimlessly, in the hall, in corridors, and on landings, examining pictures or objects. The guests were never less than cautious to one another, but for all that, a rather tense atmosphere, characterized largely by distrust, seemed to prevail at this stage. And reflecting this unease, the visiting valets and footmen appeared to regard one another with marked coldness, and my own staff were rather glad to be busy to spend so much time with them. It was around this point, in the midst of dealing with that many demands being made on my attention, that I happened to glance out of the window and spotted the figure of the young Mr. Cardinal taking some fresh air around the grounds. He was clutching his attaché case as usual, and I could see he was strolling slowly along the path that runs the outer perimeter of the lawn, deeply absorbed in thought. I was, of course, reminded of my mission regarding the young gentleman, and it occurred to me that an outdoor setting with the general proximity of nature, and in particular the example of the geese close at hand, would not be unsuitable setting at all in which to convey the sort of message I was bearing. I could see, moreover, that if I were quickly to go outside and conceal my person with my large rhododendron bush beside the path, it would not be long before Mr. Cardinal came by. I would then be able to emerge and convey my message to him. It was admittedly the most subtle of strategies, but you will appreciate that this particular task, though no doubt important in its way, hardly took the highest priority at that moment. Oh my god. Kazuo Ishiguro really needs to put his book in proper chapters. I have so many more pages to go. It's ridiculous. Okay, we can do this. There was light frost covering the ground and much of the foliage, but it was a mild day for the time of the year. I crossed the grass quickly, placed my person behind the bush, and before long heard Mr. Cardinal's footsteps approaching. A moment, please. Approaching. Unfortunately, I misjudged slightly the timing of my emergence. I had intended to emerge while Mr. Cardinal was still a reasonable distance away, so that he would see me in good time, and suppose I was on my way to the summer house, or perhaps to the gardener's lodge, I could then have pretended to notice him for the first time and have engaged in him in a conversation in an impromptu manner. As it happened, I emerged a little late, and I fear I rather startled the young gentleman, who immediately pulled his attaché case away from me and clutched it to his chest with both arms. "I'm very sorry, sir." "My goodness, Stevens! You gave me a shock. I thought things were hotting up back a bit there." "I'm very sorry, sir, but as it happens, I have something to convey to you." "My goodness, yes, you gave me quite a fright. If I may come straight to the point, sir, you will notice the geese not far from us." "Geese?" He looked around, a little bewildered. "Oh yes, that's what they are for. And likewise, the flowers and shrubs. This is not, in fact, the best time of the year to see them in their full glory, but you will appreciate, sir, with the arrival of spring, we will see a change, a very special sort of change, in these surroundings." "Yes, I'm sure the grounds are not at their best just now, but to be perfectly frank, Stevens, I wasn't paying much attention to the glories of nature. It's all rather worrying. That Monsieur Dupont arrival, in the foulest mood imaginable, last thing we wanted, really." "Monsieur Dupont has arrived here at this house, sir?" "About half an hour ago. He was in the most foul temper." "Excuse me, sir. I must attend to him straight away." "Of course, Stevens. Well, kind of you to come out to talk to me." "Well, please excuse me, sir. As it happened, I had a word or two more to say on the topic of, as you put it yourself, the glories of nature. If you will indulge me by listening, I would be the most grateful, but I am afraid this will have to wait for another occasion." "Well, I shall look forward to it, Stevens. Though I'm more of a fish man myself, I know all about fish, fresh water and salt. All living creatures will be relevant to our forthcoming discussion, sir. However, you must now please excuse me. I had no idea Monsieur Dupont had arrived." I hurried back to the house, to be met immediately by the first footman saying, "We have all been looking all over for you, sir. The French gentleman's arrived." Monsieur Dupont was a tall, elegant gentleman with grey beard and a monocle. He had arrived in the sort of clothes one often sees in continental gentlemen wearing on their holidays, and indeed, throughout his stay, he was to maintain diligently the appearance of having come to Darlington Hall entirely for pleasure and friendship. As Mr. Cardinal said, had indicated, Monsieur Dupont had not arrived in good temper. I cannot recall how all the various things that had upset him since his arrival in England a few days previously, but in particular he had obtained some painful sores on his feet while sightseeing around London, and he feared were growing septic. I referred his valet to Miss Kenton, but this did not prevent Monsieur Dupont snapping his finger at me every few hours to say, "Butler, I'm in need of more bandages." His mood seems to have lifted upon seeing Mr. Louis. He and the American senator greeted each other as old colleagues, and they were to be seen together for much of the remainder of the days, laughing over reminiscences. In fact, one could see that Mr. Louis' almost constant proximity to Monsieur Dupont was proving a serious inconvenience to Lord Darlington, who was naturally keen to make a personal contact with this distinguished gentleman before the discussion began. On several occasions, I witnessed his lordship make attempts to draw Monsieur Dupont aside for some private conversation, only for Mr. Louis smiling to impose himself upon them with some remark like, "Pardon me, gentlemen, but there's something that's been greatly puzzling me." So that his lordship soon found himself having to listen to some more Mr. Louis' jovial anecdotes. Mr. Louis apart, however, the other guests, perhaps through a sense of antagonism, kept a wary distance from Monsieur Dupont, a fact that was conspicuous even in that general guarded atmosphere, and which seemed to underline all the more the feeling that was Monsieur Dupont who somehow held the key to the outcome of following days. The conference began on a rainy morning during the last week of March 1923. In that somewhat unlikely setting of the drawing room, a venue chosen to accommodate the off-the-record nature of many of their attendants. In fact, to my eyes, the appearance of informalities have been taken to a faintly ludicrous degree. It was odd enough to see that rather feminine room crammed full of so many stern, dark-jacketed gentlemen, sometimes sitting 3 or 4 abreast upon a sofa, but such was the determination of the part of some persons to maintain the appearance that this was nothing more than a social event, that they had actually gone to the length of having journals and newspapers open on their knees. I was obliged, during the course of the first morning, to go constantly in and out of the room, and so was unable to follow the proceedings at all fully. But I recall Lord Darlington opening the discussion by formally welcoming the guests before going on to outline the strong moral case for relaxing of various aspects of the Versailles Treaty, emphasizing the great suffering he had himself witnessed in Germany. Of course, I had heard these same sentiments expressed by his lordship on many occasions before, but such was the depth of the conviction with which he spoke for this august setting, that I could not help but be moved afresh. Sir David Cardinal spoke next, and though I missed much of his speech, it seemed to be more technical in substance, and quite frankly, rather above my head. But his general gist seems to be close to his lordship's, concluding with a call for freezing of Germans' reparation payments and the withdrawal of French troops from the Rhone region. The German countess then began to speak, but at this point, for some reason I do not recollect, obliged to leave the drawing room for an extended period. By the time I re-entered, the guests were in open debate, in a discussion with much talk of commerce and interest rates was quite beyond me. Monsieur Dupont, so far as I could observe, was not contributing to the discussion, and it was hard to tell from his sullen demeanor if he was attending carefully to what was being said, or else deeply engrossed in other thoughts. At one stage, when I happened to depart the room in the midst of an address by one of the German gentlemen, Monsieur Dupont suddenly rose and followed me out. "Butler," he said, once we were in the hall, "I wonder if I could have my feet changed. They are giving me much discomfort now. I can hardly listen to these gentlemen." As I recall, I had conveyed a plea to Miss Kenton for assistance via a messenger, naturally, and had left Monsieur Dupont sitting in the billiard room awaiting his nurse, when the first footman came hurrying down the staircase. "Thank you so much for coming today. I'm so sorry the reading took so long. I'm barely past chapter 2. No worries. Thank you. Thank you for being here." Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I'm not finished yet, but yeah, thank you. Atrera? Atrera? Thank you so much. Let us continue. I have about 10 more pages to go before I die. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I have about 10 more pages to go, and the typeface, the fonts are very, very small, so I'm gonna try to finish up before 3 p.m. And it's just barely. This is just the second chapter of the book. It's Kazuo Ishiguro has some pacing problem, I feel. I hurried up to the first floor, and on turning on the landing was met by a strange sight. At the far end of the corridor, almost in front of the large window, at that moment filled with the grey light and rain, my father's figure could be seen frozen in posture that suggested he was taking part in some ceremonial ritual. Thank you. Ceremonial ritual. He had dropped down to one knee and with head bowed, seemed to be pushing the trolley before him, which for some reason had taken on an obstinate immobility. Two chambermaids were standing at a respectful distance, watching his efforts in some awe. I went to my father and, releasing his hands from their grip of the edge of the trolley, eased him down on the carpet. His eyes were closed, his face was ashen color, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. Further assistance was called. A bath chair arrived in due course, and my father was transported to his room. Once my father had been laid in his bed, I was a little uncertain as to how to proceed. For a while it seemed undesirable that I leave my father in such a condition. I did not have a moment more to spare. As I stood hesitatingly in the doorway, Miss Kenton appeared at my side and said, "Mr. Stevens, I have a little more time than you at the moment. I shall, if you wish, attend to your father. I shall show Mr. Meredith up and notify you if he has anything noteworthy to say." "Thank you, Miss Kenton," I said, and I took my leave. When I returned to the drawing room, a clergyman was talking about the hardship being suffered by children in Berlin. I immediately found myself more than occupied replenishing the guests with tea and coffee. A few of the gentlemen I noticed were drinking spirits. One or two, despite the presence of two ladies, had started to smoke. Despite the presence of the two ladies, I recall, leaving the drawing room with an empty teapot in my hand, and Miss Kenton stopped me and said, "Mr. Stevens, Dr. Meredith is just leaving now." As she said this, I could see the doctor putting on his mackintosh and hat in the hall, and so went to him, the teapot still in my hand. The doctor looked at me with a disgruntled expression. "Your father is not so good," he said. If he deteriorates, call me again immediately." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." "How old is your father, Stevens?" 72, sir." Dr. Meredith thought about this and then said, "If he deteriorates, call me immediately." I thanked the doctor and showed him out. It was that evening, shortly after dinner, that I overheard the conversation between Mr. Louis and Monsieur Dupont. I had some reason gone up to Monsieur Dupont's room and was about to knock, but before doing so, as is my custom, I paused for a second to listen at the door. You may not yourself be in the habit of taking this small precaution to avoid knocking at some highly inappropriate moment, but I always have been and can vouch that it is common practice among many professionals, that is to say, there is no subterfuge implied in such action, and I for one had no intention of overhearing to the extent I did that evening. However, as fortune would have it, when I put my ear to Monsieur Dupont's door, I happened to hear Mr. Louis' voice, and though I cannot recall precisely actual words I first heard, it was the tone of his voice that raised my suspicions. I was listening to the same genial, slow voice with which the American gentleman had charmed many since his arrival, and yet it now contained something unmistakably covert. It was this realization that the fact that he was in Monsieur Dupont's room, presumably addressing the most crucial personage, that caused me to stop my hand from knocking and continued to listen instead. The bedroom doors of Darlington Hall are of quite certain thickness, and I could by no means hear complete exchanges. Consequently, it is hard for me now to recall precisely what I overheard, just as indeed it was for me later that same evening when I reported to his lordship on this matter. Nevertheless, this is not to say that I did not gain a fairly clear impression of what was taking place in the room. In effect, the American gentleman was putting forward the view that Monsieur Dupont was being manipulated by his lordship and other participants in the conference, that Monsieur Dupont had been deliberately invited late to enable the others to discuss important topics in his absence, that even after his arrival, it was to be observed that his lordship was conducting small private conversations with the most important delegates without inviting Monsieur Dupont. Then Mr. Lewis began to report certain remarks his lordship and others had made at the dinner on the first evening after his arrival. To be quite frank, sir, I heard Mr. Lewis say, I was appalled at their attitude towards your countrymen. They actually use words like barbarous and despicable. In fact, I noted them in my diary only a few hours afterwards. Monsieur Dupont said something briefly which I did not catch, and then Mr. Lewis said again, let me tell you, sir, I was appalled. All those words to use about an ally you stood shoulder to shoulder with only a few years back. I'm not quite sure if I ever proceeded to knock. It was quite possible, given the alarming nature of what I heard, that I judged it best to withdraw altogether. In any case, I did not linger long enough, as I was obliged to explain to his lordship afterward, to hear everything that would give me a clue to Monsieur Dupont's attitude to Mr. Lewis' remarks. The next day, the discussion in the drawing room appeared to reach a new level of intensity, and by lunchtime, the exchanges was becoming rather heated. My impression was that utterance were being directed accusingly and with increasing boldness towards the armchair where Monsieur Dupont sat fingering his beard, saying little. Whenever the conference adjourned, I noticed, as no doubt his lordship did with some concern, that Mr. Louis would quickly take Monsieur Dupont away to some corner or other where they could confer quietly. Indeed, once shortly after lunch, I recall I came upon the two gentlemen talking rather furtively just inside the library doorway, and it was my distinct impression they broke off their conversation upon my approach. In the meantime, my father's condition had grown neither better nor worse. As I understood, he was asleep for much of the time, and indeed I found him so on few occasions I had a spare moment to ascend to the little attic room. I did not then have a chance actually to converse with him until that second evening after the return of his illness. On the occasion, too, my father was sleeping, and when I entered, but the chambermaid, Miss Kenton, had left in attendance, stood up upon seeing me and began to shake my father's shoulder. "Foolish girl!" I exclaimed. "What do you think you are doing? Mr. Stevens said to wake him up if you return, sir. Let him sleep. It's the exhaustion that made him ill. He said I had to, sir," the girl said, and again shook my father's shoulder. My father opened his eyes, turned his head a little on the pillow, and looked at me. "I hope father is feeling better now," I said. He went on gazing at me for a moment, then asked, "Everything in hand downstairs? The situation is rather volatile, and it's just after 6 o'clock, so father can well imagine the atmosphere in the kitchen at this moment." An impatient look crossed my father's face. "But is everything in hand?" he said again. "Yes, I dare say you can rest assured on that. I'm very glad father is feeling better." With some deliberations, he withdrew his arm from under the bedcloth and gazed tiredly at the backs of his hands. He continued to do this for some time. "I'm glad father is feeling much better," I said again eventually. "Now really, I'll be getting back. As I say, the situation is rather volatile." He went on looking at his hand for a moment. Then he said slowly, "I hope I've been a good father to you." I laughed a little and said, "I'm so glad you are feeling better now. I'm so proud of you. A good son. I hope I have been a good father to you. I suppose I haven't. I'm afraid we are extremely busy now, but we can talk again in the morning." My father was still looking at his hand as though he were faintly irritated by them. "I'm so glad you're feeling better now," I said, and then I took my leave. On descending, I found the kitchen on the brink of pandemonium, and in general, an extremely tense atmosphere amongst all levels of staff. However, I am pleased to recall that by the time dinner was served at an hour or so later, nothing but efficiency and professional calm was exhibited on the part of my team. It was always something of a memorable sight to see the magnificent banqueting hall employed to its full capacity, and that evening was no exception. Of course, the effect produced by unbroken lines of gentlemen in evening suits, so outnumbering representative of the fairer sex, was a rather severe one. But then again, in those days, the two large chandeliers that hang over the table still ran on gas, resulting in a subtle, quite soft light pervading the room, and did not produce dazzling brightness that they have done ever since their electrification. On that second and final dinner of the conference, most guests were expected to disperse after the lunch the following day. The company had lost much of the reserve that had been noticeable throughout the previous days. Not only was the conversation flowing more freely and loudly, we found ourselves serving out wine at conspicuously increased rate. At the close of dinner, which, from a professional viewpoint that had been executed without any significant difficulty, his lordship rose to address his guests. He opened by expressing his gratitude to all present that the discussion during the previous 2 days, though at times exhilaratingly frank, had been conducted in the spirit of friendship and the desire to see good prevail. The unity witnessed over the 2 days had been greater than he could ever hope for, and remaining morning session of rounding up would, he trusted, be rich in commitments on the parts of participants concerning actions each would be taking before the important international conference in Switzerland. It was at around this point, I have no idea if he had planned to do so beforehand, that his lordship began to reminisce about his late friend Herr Karl-Heinz Bremen. This was a little unfortunate, the topic being one close to his lordship's heart, and one he was inclined to explicate at some length. It should also be said, perhaps, that Lord Darlington was never what might be called a natural public speaker, and soon all the small sounds restlessness that betray an audience attention that has been lost grew steadily around the room. By the time Lord Darlington had finally come round to bidding his guests rise and drink to peace and justice in Europe, the level of the noises, perhaps on account of liberal amounts of wine that has been consumed, struck me as bordering on the ill-mannered. The company had seated themselves again, and conversation was just beginning to resume, when there came an authoritative rapping of knuckles on wood, and Monsieur Dupont had risen to his feet. At once a hush fell over the room. The distinguished gentleman glanced around the room with a look of almost severity. Then he said, "I hope I am not trespassing over a duty ascribed to someone else present here, but I had heard no proposals for anyone to give a toast in thanks to our host, the most honourable and kind Lord Darlington." There was a murmur of approval. Monsieur Dupont went on. Many things of interest have been said in this house over the past days, many important things. He paused, and then was now utter stillness in the room. There has been so much, he continued, which has implicitly or otherwise criticized, it is not a strong word, criticized, the foreign policy of my country. He paused again, looking rather stern. One might even have thought of him to be angry. We have heard in these 2 days several thorough and intelligent analysis of the present very complex situation in Europe, but none of them, may I say, has fully comprehended the reasons for the attitude France has adopted towards her neighbour. However, he raised a finger, this is not the time to enter into such debates. In fact, I deliberately refrained from entering into such debates during these past few days because I came principally to listen. And let me say now that I have been impressed by certain of the arguments I have heard here. But how impressed, you may be asking? Monsieur Dupont took another pause, during which his gaze travelled in an almost leisurely manner around the faces fixed upon him. Then at last he said, "Gentlemen and ladies, pardon me, I have given much thoughts to these matters, and I wish to say here in confidence to you that while there remains between myself and many of those present differences in interpretation as to what is really occurring in Europe at this moment, despite this, as to the main points that have been raised in this house, I am convinced, gentlemen, convinced both of their justice and their practicality." A murmur which seemed to contain both relief and triumph went around the table, but this time Monsieur Dupont raised his voice slightly and pronounced it over. "I am happy to assure you all here I will bring what modest influence I have to encourage certain changes and emphasis in French policy in accordance with much of what has been said here, and I will endeavor to do so in good time for the Swiss conference." Thank you so much. Well, the game decided to finish before I finish. Oh my god! Infuriating. I'll continue reading while we wait. It's fine. There was a ripple of applause, and I saw his lordship exchange a look with Sir David. Monsieur Dupont held up his hand, though whether to acknowledge the applause or to stem it was not clear. But before I go in to thank our host, Lord Darlington, I have some small thing I would wish to remove from my chest. Some of you may say that it is not good manners to be removing such things from one's chest at the dinner table. This brought enthusiastic laughter. However, I am for frankness in these matters. I'm sorry, Cardinal. That was awkward. Bum, 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 bum. Just as there is an imperative to express gratitude formally and publicly to Lord Darlington, who has brought us here and made possible this present spirit of unity and goodwill, there is, I believe, an imperative to openly condemn any who come here to abuse the hospitality of the host, and to spend his energy solely in trying to sow discontent and suspicion. Such persons are not only socially repugnant in the climate of our present day, they are extremely dangerous. He paused again, and once more there was utter silence. Monsieur Dupont went on in a calm, deliberate voice. "My only question concerning Mr. Louis is this. To what extent does his abominable, sorry, fuck my life. I know, right, Cardinal? To what extent does his abominable behavior exemplify the attitude of the present American administration? Ladies and gentlemen, let me myself hazard a guess as to the answer, for such a gentleman capable of the level of deceit he had displayed over these past days should not be relied upon to provide a truthful reply. So, I will hazard my guess. Of course, America is concerned about our debt payments to her in the event of freeze in German reparations. But I have over the last 6 months had occasion to discuss this very matter with a number of very highly placed Americans, and it seems to me that thinking in that country is much more far-sighted than that represented by their countrymen here. All those of us who care for the future well-being of Europe will take comfort from the fact that Mr. Lewis is now, how shall we put it, hardly in the influence he once was. Perhaps you think me unduly harsh to express these things so openly, but the reality is, ladies and gentlemen, I am being merciful. You see, I refrain from outlining just what this gentleman has been saying to me about you all, and with a most clumsy technique, the audacity and the crudeness of which I could hardly believe. But enough of condemnations. It is time for us to thank. Join me, please, ladies and gentlemen, in raising your glasses to Lord Darlington. Monsieur Dupont had not once looked over in Mr. Louis' direction during the course of his speech, and indeed, once the company had toasted his lordship and were seated again, all those present seemed to studiously avoiding looking towards the American gentleman. An uneasy silence reigned for a moment, then Mr. Louis rose to his feet. He was smiling pleasantly in his customary manner. "Well, since everyone's giving speeches, I may as well take a turn," he said, and it was once apparent from his voice that he had a good deal to drink. "I don't have anything to say to the nonsense our French friend had been uttering. I just dismissed that sort of talk. I had people try to put one over me many times, and let me tell you, gentlemen, few people succeed. Mr. Lewis came to a halt and for a moment seemed to be at loss as to how he should go on. Eventually he smiled again and said, "As I say, I'm not going to waste my time on our French friend over there, but as it happens, I do have something to say. Now, we are all being so frank, I'll be frank too. You gentlemen here, forgive me, but you are just a bunch of naive dreamers. If you didn't insist on meddling in large affairs that affect the globe, you would actually be charming. Let's take our good host here. What is he? He is a gentleman. No one here, I trust, would care to disagree. A classic English gentleman, decent, host, well-meaning, but his lordship here is an amateur." He paused at the word and looked around the table. "He is an amateur, and international affairs today are no longer for gentlemen amateurs. The sooner you here in Europe realize that the better. All you decent, well-meaning gentlemen, let me ask you, have you any idea what sort of place the world is becoming all around you? The days when you could act out your noble instincts are over. Except, of course, you here in Europe don't yet seem to know it. Gentlemen like our good host still believe it's their business to meddle in matters they don't understand. So much hogwash has been spoken here these past 2 days. Well-meaning, naive hogwash. You here in Europe need professionals to run your affairs. If you don't realize that soon, you're headed for disaster. A toast, gentlemen. Let me make a toast. Toast to professionalism." There, was a stunned silence and no one moved. Mr. Louis shrugged, raised his glass to all the company, drank and sat back down. Almost immediately, Lord Darlington stood up. "I have no wish," his lordship said, "to enter into a quarrel on this our last evening together, which we all deserve to enjoy as a happy and triumphant occasion. But it is out of respect for your views, Mr. Lewis, that I feel one should not simply cast them to one side as though they were uttered by some soapbox eccentric. Let me say this. What you describe as amateurism, sir, is what I think most of us here still prefer to call honor." This brought a loud murmur of assent, with several "hear, hear," and some applause. "What is more, sir," his lordship went on, "I believe I have a good idea of what you mean by professionalism. It appears to mean getting one's way by cheating and manipulating. It means ordering one's priorities according to greed and advantage rather than the desire to see goodness and justice prevail in the world. If that is professionalism you refer to, sir, I don't much care for it, and I have no wish to acquire it." This was met by the loudest burst of approval yet, followed by warm, sustained applause. I could see Mr. Lewis smiling at his wine glass and shaking his head wearily. It was just around this stage I became aware of the first footman beside me, who whispered, "Miss Kenton would like to have a word with you, sir. She's just outside the door." I made my exit as discreetly as possible, just as his lordship, still on his feet, was embarking on a further point. Miss Kenton looked rather upset. "Your father has become very ill, Mr. Stevens," she said. "I have called for Dr. Meredith, but I understand he may be a little delayed." I must have looked a little confused, for Miss Kenton then said, "Mr. Stevens, he really is in poor state. You had better come and see him." "I only have a moment. The gentlemen are liable to retire to the smoking room at any moment." "Of course, but you must come, Mr. Stevens, or else you may deeply regret it later." Miss Kenton was already leading the way, and we hurried through the house up to my father's small attic room. Mrs. Mortimer, the cook, was standing over my father's bed, still in her apron. "Oh, Mr. Stevens," she said upon our entry, "he's gone very poorly." Indeed, my father's face had gone dull reddish color, like no color I've seen on a living being. I heard Miss Kenton say softly behind me, "His pulse is very weak." I gazed at my father for a moment and touched his forehead lightly and then withdrew my hand. "In my opinion," Mrs. Mortimer said, "he suffered a stroke. I've seen two in my time. I think he suffered a stroke." With that, she began to cry. I noticed she reeked powerfully of fat and roast cooking. I turned away and said to Miss Kenton, "This is most distressing. Nevertheless, I must return downstairs. Of course, Mr. Stevens, I will tell you when the doctor arrives, or else when there are any changes." "Thank you, Miss Kenton." I hurried down the stairs and was in time to see the gentlemen proceeding into the smoking room. The footmen looked relieved to see me, and I immediately signaled them to get into their positions. Whatever had taken place in the banqueting hall after my departure, there was now a genuinely celebratory atmosphere among the guests. All around the smoking room, gentlemen seemed to be standing in clusters, laughing and clapping each other on the shoulder. Mr. Louis, so far as I could ascertain, has already retired. I found myself making my way through the guests, a decanter of port upon my tray. I had just finished serving a glass to a gentleman, when a voice behind me said, "Ah, Stevens, you are interested in fish, you say?" I turned to find the young Mr. Cardinal beaming happily at me. I smiled also and said, "Fish, sir? When I was young, I used to keep all sort of fish, tropical fish, in a tank. Quite an aquarium it was, I say. Stevens, are you all right?" I smiled again. "Quite all right, thank you, sir. As you are so rightly pointed out, I should come back here in the spring. Darlington Hall must be rather lovely then. The last time I was here, I think it was winter too. I say, Stevens, are you all right there, sir? Perfectly all right, thank you, sir. Not feeling unwell, are you? Not at all, sir. Please excuse me. I proceeded to serve port to some other guests. There was a loud burst of laughter behind me, and I heard the Belgian clergyman exclaim, "That is really heretical, positively heretical," then laughed loudly himself. I felt something touch my elbow and turned to find Lord Darlington. "Stevens, are you all right?" "Yes, sir. Perfectly. You look as though you are crying." I laughed and took out a handkerchief and quickly wiped my face. "I'm very sorry, sir. The strains of a hard day." "Yes, it's been hard work." Someone addressed his lordship, and he turned away to reply. I was about to continue further around the room when I caught sight of Miss Kenton through the open doorway, signaling to me. I began to make my way towards the door, but before I reached them, Monsieur Dupont touched my arm. "Butler, I wonder if you could find me some fresh bandages. My feet are in pain again." "Yes, sir." As I proceeded towards the door, I realized Monsieur Dupont was following me. I turned and said, I will come and find you, sir, just as soon as I have what is required." "Please hurry, butler. I'm in some pain." "Yes, sir. I'm very sorry, sir." Miss Kenton was still standing out in the hall where I had first spotted her. As I emerged, she walked silently towards the staircase, a curious lack of urgency in her manner. Then she turned and said, "Mr. Stevens, I'm very sorry. Your father passed away about 4 minutes ago." "I see." She looked at her hands, then up at my face. "Mr. Stevens, I'm very sorry," she said, and then she added, "I wish there's something I could say." "There's no need, Miss Kenton. Dr. Meredith has not arrived." Then for a moment she bowed her head and a sob escaped her, but almost immediately she resumed her composure and asked in a steady voice, "Will you come up and see him?" I'm very busy just now, Miss Kenton. In a little while, perhaps. In that case, will you permit me to close his eyes?" "I would be most grateful if you would, Miss Kenton." She began to climb the staircase, but I stopped her, saying, "Miss Kenton, please don't think of me unduly improper in not ascending to see my father in his diseased condition just at this moment. You see, I know my father would wish me to carry on just now." "Of course, Mr. Stevens. To do so otherwise, I feel, would be to let him down." "Of course, Mr. Stevens." I turned away, the decanter of port still on my tray, and re-entered the smoking room. That relatively small room appeared to be a forest of black dinner jackets, grey hair, and cigar smoke. I wended my way past the gentleman, searching for a glass to replenish. Monsieur Dupont tapped on my shoulder and said, "Butler, have you seen to my arrangement?" "I'm very sorry, sir, but assistance is not immediately available at this precise moment." "What do you mean, butler? You've run out of basic medical supplies?" "As it happens, sir, a doctor is on his way." "Ah, very good. You call a doctor?" "Yes, sir." "Good, good." Monsieur Dupont resumed his conversation, and I continued my way around the room for some moments. At one point, the German countess emerged from the midst of the gentlemen, and before I had a chance to serve her, began helping herself to some port from my tray. "You will compliment the cook for Miss Stevens," she said. "Of course, madam." "Thank you, madam." "And you and your team did so well too." "Thank you most kindly, madam." "At one point during dinner, Stevens, I would have sworn you were at least 3 people." She laughed and said. I laughed quickly and said, "I'm delighted to be of service, madam." A moment later, I spotted a young Mr. Cardinal not far away, still standing on his own. It struck me that the young gentleman might be feeling somewhat overawed in the present company. His glass, in any case, was empty, so I started towards him. He seemed greatly cheered at the prospect of my arrival and held out his glass. "I think it's admirable that you are a nature lover, Stevens," he said as I served him. "And I dare say it's great advantage to Lord Darlington to have someone to keep an expert eye on the activities of the gardener." I'm sorry, sir. Nature, Stevens! We were talking about that the other day, about the wonders of the natural world. And I quite agree with you. We are all too complacent about the great wonders that surrounds us. Yes, sir. I mean, all this we've been talking about treaties and boundaries and reparations and occupations, but Mother Nature just carries on her own sweet way. Funny to think of it that like that, don't you think? Yes, sir, indeed it is. I wonder if it wouldn't have been better if the Almighty had created all as well, a sort of plants, firmly embedded in the soil, then none of this rot about wars and boundaries would have come up in the first place. The young gentleman seemed to find this an amusing thought. He gave a laugh, and then on further thought laughed some more. I joined him in his laughter. Then he nudged me and said, "Can you imagine it, Stevens?" and laughed again. "Yes, sir," I said, laughing also. "It would have been a most curious alternative. But we could still have chaps like you taking messages back and forth, bringing tea, that sort of thing. How, otherwise, how would we ever get anything done? Can you imagine it, Stevens? All of us rooted in the soil. Just imagine it." Just then the footman emerged behind me. "Miss Kenton is wishing to have a word with you, sir," he said. I excused myself from Mr. Cardinal and moved towards the doors. I noticed Monsieur Dupont apparently guarding them, and as I approached, he said, "Butler, is the doctor here?" "I'm just about to find out, sir. I won't be a moment. I'm in some pain." "I'm very sorry, sir. The doctor should not be long now." On this occasion, Monsieur Dupont followed me out the door. Miss Kenton was once more standing in the hall. "Mr. Stevens," she said, "Dr. Meredith has arrived and gone upstairs." She had spoken in a low voice, but Monsieur Dupont behind me exclaimed immediately, "Oh, good!" I turned to him and said, "If you will perhaps follow me, sir." I led him into the billiard room where I stoked the fire, while he sat down on one of the leather chairs and began to remove his shoes. "I'm sorry it's rather cold in here, sir. The doctor will not be long now." "Thank you, butler. You have done so well." Miss Kenton was still waiting for me in the hallway. We ascended through the house in silence. Up in my father's room, Dr. Meredith was making some notes and Mrs. Mortimer weeping bitterly. She was still wearing her apron, which evidently she had been using to wipe away her tears. As a result, there were grease marks all over her face, giving her the appearance of a participant in a minstrel show. I had expected the room to smell of death, but on account of Mrs. Mortimer, or else her apron, the room was dominated by the smell of roasting. Dr. Meredith rose and said, "My condolences, Miss Stevens. He suffered a severe stroke. If it's any comfort to you, he wouldn't have suffered much pain. There was nothing in the world you could have done to save him." "Thank you, sir. I'll be on my way now. You see to arrangement?" "Yes, sir. However, if I may, there is a most distinguished gentleman downstairs in need of your attention." "Urgent?" "He expressed keen desire to see you, sir." I led Mr. Meredith downstairs and showed him to the billiard room, and then returned quickly to the smoking room, where the atmosphere, if anything, had grown even more convivial. Of course, it is not for me to suggest that I am worthy of ever being placed alongside the likes of great butlers of our generation, such as Mr. Marshall or Mr. Lane, though it should be said there are those who, perhaps of misguided generosity, tend to do just this. Let me make clear that when I say the conference of 1923, and that night in particular, constituted a turning point in my professional development, I am speaking very much in terms of my own humble standards. Even so, if you consider the pressures contingent on me that night, you may not think I delude myself unduly if I go so as far as to suggest that I did display, in the face of everything, at least in some modest degree of dignity worthy of someone like Mr. Marshall, or come to that, my father. Indeed, why should I deny it? For all its sad associations, whenever I recall that evening today, I find I do so with a large sense of triumph. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I have finished um, day 2, morning of Salisbury. We have half a book more to go. Day 2, afternoon. Uh, that was a laborious reading. It just goes on and on. It just goes on and on. On and on and on and on. And I'm now hungry. And I need to eat. Thank you so much for being here with me today. Thank you, Cardinal. You stayed for a long time. Thank you so much. Thank you to Arum for dropping by as well. And what's the guy's name just now that he went away? Otsukare. Otsukare. Otsukare-sama deshita. That was a reading. Oh my god. That's doing your bills and reading. Aw, thank you. That's basically the whole point of my Noodibles. Otsukare-sama deshita. Thank you for the follow, Atreira. Thank you so much. It's a really long reading because there's like no absolutely that was a very awkwardly, I wouldn't say awkward, actually it worked pretty well because it's like it just went on and on and on and on because it gives you the sense of like, oh my god, like you feel like Stevens, you know, you feel like him, like what do I do? Like, do I go see my dead father, or do I attend, like make sure that everything's going well in the dining hall and everything? So it does make, when reading through, it does make you feel like, oh my god, like there's so many things to attend to, like what is the most important thing here, you know? And unfortunately, working is the most important thing for him at that moment. So that's why he didn't even see his father for the last time. But I'm glad that in some ways he meant, like the father managed to talk to him before he passed on. But yeah, it was quite a reading. That was quite a reading. I'm exhausted right now. I'm actually exhausted right now. I should eat. I'm hungry. I had breakfast and now I'm hungry. It's like completely gone. It's like 3:30 right now. That's a long ass reading. But yeah. Anyways, Cardinal, thank you so much for being here with me. Thank you to Atrera for the follow for today. Thank you to Arum. Thank you to my Holy Wing. Thank you to Bunny. Thank you to Ando. Thank you, Twisty, for moderating as always. Yeah, I gotta get my food. Get your food, guys. Go eat. Go eat. Eat good food. I don't know what I'm gonna eat, but I'm feeling French fries. Maybe I'll get some French fries. Anyway, once again, thank you so much for being here for Noodibles. Our next reading will be on Wednesday, 11 a.m. GMT plus 8 as usual. Wednesday, the 22nd of February. We'll continue reading the remains of the day. Probably make it a shorter reading. Maybe about 2 hours instead of like fucking 4 hours. Yeah, I'll do it like, I'll be alright. I'll read 2 hours so that I can eat earlier. I'm hungry. No need. No. Oh my god. Thank you, thank you, thank you. お疲れ様でした。Thank you for dropping by today. I'll see you guys on next on coming Wednesday. I might stream tomorrow. Might stream. I don't know. Lately, I've been streaming whenever I want. So, follow me on Twitter. Join my Discord so that you will get to know when I go live. I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. Thank you so much. I love you guys. I love you all for listening to me. Every one of you. Every one of you. Everyone. Everyone in the game. In my Twitch channel. Everything. Thank you. I'll see you guys soon. Bye. I'll send you all off with my favorite song.
Have you ever had a dream that you can do skip do skip you wanna do skip.
Join my Discord. Bye. Love you guys.